might as well try to catch magic while you can. So we're just having a discussion, and we were talking about everything in this place, and how sometimes the pain brings clarity, even though I don't think it's meant to bring clarity. I think it's meant to push us towards comfort, meant to push us towards integration. But if you resist the easy route and doing what is rewarded externally, then you start to reap actual benefit internally and eternally. So yeah, but you were just saying, James, that it's hard to catch, that same essence on the lives. I think I can't put it, but for me, it's just like mental interference
Yep.
gets way heavier when we get on these calls, because it's a public forum that allows others to start to generate their own recognition just based off of what we're saying.
Hmm. You start to hear different pitches and tones used. Start to hear good things be lost in translation because of stuff cutting out. It does it on two different fronts there.
Yeah, and the physical, right? All the
Yeah. Yep.
interruptions are very consistent.
The good old distraction tactic.
It's kind of like when somebody's watching you, you can't do something as well. And I don't think it's not like there's a bunch of people here observing us. It's just there is an observer, and I think they crank up their whatever that I don't want to say frequency, but just maybe the instrumentation that is used to observe, record, disrupt, etc. But yeah, that's what Christina was saying earlier, and I agree with that. It does bring clarity if you let it. Actually, if you don't let it, because if you let it, if you just allow the flow of things to play out, it's going to offer you something that's going to create more distortion and disruption and take up more space and time and energy in your experience. It makes it more difficult to really find an internal knowing and clarity, even though it's there. And one of the questions I was asked that prompted me to do this live was, well, how do you become that which death fears? And I was hoping she'd be in here by now, but she's not. And I do have answers to these questions from my own experience. It's all a construct. So death is a part of this construct, meaning that it's not separate than any of the entities. Everything here is one thing, right? The only thing that's not a part of this place is what came before this place, the eternal being. Other than that, everything else here is working in tandem to generate the effect of compliance of eternal beings. So that's all any of it's about. So when you realize that to become isn't really even the right phrasing, because you already are that. You already are what it fears. It just doesn't present that outwardly because it knows that you don't know who the fuck you are. And if you do know who you are, then that's when it starts to show visibly that it doesn't want to directly fuck with you anymore. The it that so few recognize, but we're all in it right now. This place is it, the it. But it has to uphold the illusion, right? If it were to show itself fully, that would generate a separation. The eternal being would easily be able to separate from the script, from the avatar, from all of it, recognizing that it's not who we are. Anything that degrades over time that's subject to entropy is not part of the eternal being. So it has to keep us tethered, keep us bound, keep us integrated with the identity of this being who we are, this being some reflection or representation of who we are, when it's not. The only thing here that shows through to who we are is our own unique personality. And I could go deeper and deeper into it. I was really just hoping that we would get Alina up here, but I guess she's having some technical difficulties.
Bring the pain, Christina. I still want to hear you talk a little more on that because you struck a nerve with me. I knew the pain was there and how it was utilized, but it ain't talked about.
Yeah, so I'll go into a little bit of what I talked on the phone call. Of course, I'm never going to be able to express it the same way on a live as I do in the calls, but um, I've given up a lot in this journey when I started to wake up. I gave up, I didn't have traditional family, but I did have to let go of my foster family, which is pretty much all that I had. But I knew that they were used to handle me, even if I didn't have even all the language for it then. And there was pain and backlash in that, and I had to eat that pain. And but there were still, as much as I've gotten rid of, as much as I've detached, there were still traps. There were still things that I was holding on to for comfort that I didn't even realize I was doing. And uh, this last one being a roommate that I've had 8 years of history with, traveling. We used to have a relationship, not currently, but I spent most of my time alone. Even though I had somebody in this house, I thought that I was okay being alone because I spent most of my time alone. But it wasn't until things escalated and a choice was kind of brought to my face of either I let this continue or this person's going to keep me small. They're going to keep doing things that I know are not correct or know are not right for my field. And then as that choice became clear to me, it hit me in the face. I was like, holy shit. I kept holding off on making the hard decision because I was hoping that either I'd make the choice to leave or that something else would happen. And the choice was painful. And it kind of goes back to what we said with Elena. Like, it's different for everybody. I didn't necessarily need to hang out with somebody, but having an energetic buffer in my proximity was a comfort that I didn't realize. And something I said on the phone call to Elena and Discog was when I went on the road last year, I slept in my car, slept out in nature. I thought I had hit the trifecta. Like, I've started to detach from everything. And when I came back home, the entity clear as day said, watch how fast you go back to comfort. And at the time, I thought that it was referring to the comfort of a home, like physical, like your bed, having everything you need, all that type shit. That's what I thought at the time until this situation hit me. And I was like, that's not what it was at all. It was the comfort of the situation and familiarity. And when I finally cut that loop, the pain was so excruciating. And it wasn't even because of the person, it was the literal loop of actual, the perceptual effect of alone, like being alone, the aloneness. And it wasn't just pain again from the person per se, because I think I had slashed a lot of those energetic bonds well before now, but it was the perceptual loop that had been conditioned into me for a long, long time. Um, And I mean, I was laying in bed yesterday just saying out loud in the most apathetic voice, ow, ow. Like, this shit hurts. This shit hurts internally and it's like turning into external pain. But the point is, in terms of like what Elena was talking about with her family, comfort comes in many forms. The hope that, even if you have family members that you're going to do this family event because that's the expectation, even though you don't want to do it, you don't want to have expectations anymore, they're toxic for you, you're still going to do it because the comfort that you get from not facing it is easier. It's the path of least resistance. And what usually humans, it being how we're programmed to be, we're going to follow the path of least resistance. We're going to follow the path that creates less friction and less pain, especially those, my life script has been torture. So it's easier for me to, as much pain as I've gone through in this journey, as much shit as I had gone up on, there was, well, I won't want to say one last little thing, but I would say one big loop left that I was avoiding facing, because my comfort was, it wasn't expectation, it wasn't the person, it was, maybe I won't have to deal with this. Maybe I can make the decision to leave before I have to face this. Even though that wasn't conscious, it became conscious to me once I cut the loop and realized what the fuck I was doing. And there is that not fearing pain that is something that you kind of have to do, because if you're truly going to break out of these loops, which is not necessary, and none of this is necessary, but for your eternal essence, if you're going to break out of loops, you have to not fear pain. You have to not fear excruciating fucking pain, because breaking these loops that they've conditioned us to be in is not comfortable. It is, I mean, the word pain doesn't even describe it. But we're set in being comfortable. You may even have a flicker of it in the back of your mind, like, it's the smallest voice, that you got to do this, but the comfort and of familiarity pulls you back in. And so, for everybody, again, that's going to look different. The comfort of having your family there, because what are you going to do if you don't have these people in your life? What are you going to do if you don't have that friend, that roommate, that significant
Don't
other, that
have the,
person? What are you going to do? What are you going to
if your
do?
kids, people, yeah, who are your kids gonna have when you're gone? Because it could be any day.
Right. There's comforts. There's comfort traps on very subtle layers that, even being extremely aware in here, they can kind of be hidden and kind of latent until you start to address them. And sometimes it's not until you're ready. I mean, this has been a process for me. I imagine all these different fucking wires of loops in my being that I've slowly snipped over time. And they're painful. They're painful. And most people are going to avoid that pain because the excruciating pain is not worth it to them, or they're just not ready to handle it. And for me, I've handled a lot of shit in my life. But and it's also a thing too. If somebody's had a lot of like childhood trauma, they've had a lot of betrayals, they've had all these things, they've experienced pain. So what's a natural process to pain in the future? You're going to avoid it because you know what pain feels like. It's like if someone stabbed you 10 times in the past, you're going to flinch at the thought that somebody could stab you again because you don't want to feel that, right? Shit sucks. You're not going to feel that. You're not going to want to feel that. So, especially for people that have already been through excruciating pain, the want to avoid additional pain to your being, additional damage, is a heavy fucking loop, and it is extremely hidden. And so that's what I've been kind of getting clarity on, is don't fear the pain, because that is what they want you to do. They want you to follow in the path of least resistance, the smoother, the easier option, the less painful option. And that can come in a whole lot of different forms. All of them are meant to keep you small. Every single last one of them.
Christina, what do you think about like renaming the pain? You know how they talk about like orgasmic births, where what pain can be also interpreted as great pressure, which also happens in pleasure or whatever. That theory. You heard about that? Orgasmic births.
Yeah.
Well, I just wonder if there's any way to reframe or kind of. I mean, this pain is just pain, but it just sucks so bad with the context and meaning of why it's happening and how it all is. But like, I mean,
I think it's better to
got
not reframe, not reframe and not recontextualize something to make it more comfortable. You're not trying to
Yeah.
make it comfortable. You're just trying to see it for what it is.
Yeah. Because I tried. So initially, when this happened, I started to try to do that. It was a very small flicker of like, how can I basically conform this pain to feel a little better? And instantly I realized, no, you can't do that. You literally
How
have to step right in the fire of the pain and sit there and feel it, because
how
otherwise,
did you
what's that?
how did you do that as far as like like try to turn that pain into something else? So that flicker you said, how did you do that?
So it was more trying to make it more comfortable. So like even having additional, like the person was trying to contact me, and I realized that even leaving a little bit of contact was creating comfort, or
Mm-hmm.
um like
Mm-hmm.
where it really wasn't trying to reframe it, it was trying to add in other things to make the pain alleviate a little bit. And so I had to cut everything off, like put the phone away. I had to literally just sit by myself and just feel it, like literally just feel it, because all the things come flooding in, right? You know, it's a
Yeah.
hard situation for me right now. So um
We
and
can
you
get
could go ahead.
mhm. We can get stronger with, how our relationship to pain, like, getting into really cold water. I do that a lot. I used to do that a lot, but I've been doing it less. But, there's some things you can do that are like painful, but really healthy. And it just changes your relationship with pain to where you're just like not such a wussy. You know what I mean? Like, I could probably stand to do some of those things, you
I
know?
think for that though, it doesn't, that's something external. And for me, this specific loop was so internal that nothing external was going to alleviate it. So, you know, could I have gone to like substances or something? Sure. But like the point was, so even when I go back to childhood trauma, being put in a facility, all those things, those were external situations. Even though this was a semi-external situation, I realized that the loop was very deeply embedded internal. And to break that loop, the pain was so internal that there was really no other. And I hate this phrase because it's kind of fucking generic, but like you got to go through it, you can't go around it. That's
Uh-huh.
literally what I've realized, is that you literally have to sit there
Yeah.
and feel it. And it reminded me of something.
Through.
Nick, I don't know if
Hmm.
you saw Jeff's post in the exit group on Facebook, but he was talking
Uh-uh.
about his dental pain and how he just sat and felt that shit. Like he just literally
Yeah,
sat and felt it. And
I
I
had
kind of I
before.
kind of like thought that way about this. Like you cannot go around it. You have to feel this pain to the point. I was doing that so much it was creating physical pain. And that is what they most people are going to avoid that, and even I myself avoided that to some degree. You know, I let go of a lot of family, didn't have nobody. It was like this last, like this is my last person, this is the last person in my field that I felt even semi supported me, and they knew that I was going to hang on to that for dear life, because I don't have anybody, I just don't. So they knew that was a deeply embedded loop. They knew it was going to be hard for me, and they knew I was going to try to avoid that pain, because it was an excruciating pain to actually feel the feeling of being totally alone, no family, no nobody, and just be you. Holy shit. That means I have nobody, literally. Nobody to call, nobody
Mhm.
to be here. I'm just alone. And they knew that I was going to not want to face that. And so that's why that loop created so much pain, because it was so deeply embedded. And it was clever in a gross, disgusting way, but it's
You
not
know,
as clever as we are, and it's not more than we are. But feeling that pain is absolutely essential, because otherwise you're going to be pulled into comfort, you're going to be
yeah,
pulled into staying in familiar situations, because the pain of facing anything different is far greater. And that's the trap. That's a trap. Comfort is a subtle fucking trap.
and when you had said earlier, you had said about they're gauging and logging how we react to pain all the time. I hadn't really thought of that. And that is like, oh boy, oh wow, they know a lot about me at this point. Oh shit. I had never realized that that's been going on like that. I never connected the dots on that quite like that.
Yeah, I mean, I've always known that I'm being watched. I felt it. I knew that shit. I mean, of course, once you start getting into this kind of awareness, it's kind of hard to avoid. But once I was really alone, and there was no energetic buffer around me, which I had been used to for so long. I could feel that even the small behaviors that I was making was being like zoomed in on. It's a really hard feeling to describe, but it's like, especially if you know the signal of these entities, I could just feel it. Every little decision that I made when I finally decided to get up out of bed and take care of myself, it was like I could feel the fact that in my pain, I was being watched more closely. And that's it right there. You know, they, for one, there's a lot of, this is complex and layered. So, you know, you have the comfort loops that you could be pulled into. I could be pulled into just do this because it'll feel better, or you can try to feel the pain, push through it, and start to do something different. But either way, they're logging behaviors. It's just something about being more exposed and being completely alone made it more obvious to me that even the micro tiny behaviors were being logged and monitored, especially after having noticed a loop and starting to break that loop. Yeah, once you start to do that, they definitely zoom in, I think, a little bit more on your behavior at that point.
Because if I see myself like at the end of my days, I know that, yeah, they do have a lot of info on me, and they do want to. Oh, okay, just a second. Oh, what's that? Um, Sorry, got notification on my phone. Got a little confused. Big Daddy Spirit Slayer. Okay, I don't know. um, they know everything about me, and when I meet my end of days, I'm pretty sure that I will be completely susceptible. Like, there's a part of me that knows. Like, they have so much on me. Like, they can get me a whole lot of ways. And it's like, okay, become a pain warrior, like, on top of everything right now, surviving, just like barely. And now become a pain warrior that doesn't fear death. Like, how? I just, what do I do? I mean, I'm trying to think right, but, you know, are you there?
I mean, it's hard. You gotta you gotta realize like you're not gonna find the answers to how you do that anywhere externally. It's entirely within you, right? So I can tell you externally we have to detach from everything that's not authentic to your eternal being, right? But that doesn't mean anything to someone that hasn't done it. So it's like it's so hard to describe like how you drop the false identity that is just leverage against your being, other than to say
Yeah.
it's a simple observation of self, and it's
Hmm.
entirely internal processing, and recognizing the patterns of this place and realizing, it's all a setup, it's all a
Yeah, it is.
construction, it's all
Yeah, it
a
is.
formula, right?
It
so
is.
then so then
And we don't get rest at night either.
and who are you beyond that formula, though? Like, if you step back just into yourself, right? Like stepping, like, it's not a process of gaining anything, because you already are that, right? Like, how do you become the thing that death fears? You're already that. It's just removing everything that's leverage against that, right? So all the stories about who you're supposed to be in this life and all of that, the people around you, what they're supposed to be to you, you have to
Hmm.
be able to release that at a moment's notice, because guess what? The moment you die, none of that's you anyway, and it you don't have control over any of that, and you really don't have control over it
But
now.
anything I've thought
That's the
or said
thing.
or done can and will be used against me in the court of this shit, you know?
Yeah, but
And
it's
it's
not you. That's the script that was written for you to identify with, but it's not you. It has nothing to do with you.
because I know if I'm going to watch my whole life replay and all that, like, he'll be devastated and ready to go try make it right. I know. But at the same time, yeah, it was a fucking shitty script, super hard. But like, I just wish I could fucking feel, I would like to feel more confident at least about that or something out here, you know? That, yeah. Well, okay. Yeah. I feel the pain. I feel the pain,
You
y'all.
And you have to recognize that it's all on purpose, you know? Like that pain that you're feeling, that's all intentional.
Hmm.
So if that's on purpose, you know, if you want to overcome fear, the best way that I've found to do that is anger. Get mad that
And that,
something decided that you deserve this, right?
yeah,
That
yeah.
not even that you deserved it, but that it would benefit from you suffering.
Hmm. So I would benefit to watch it suffer. I would benefit and be quite pleased
Well,
and
it
enjoy
doesn't suffer. It doesn't suffer. That's the thing. It doesn't
to
suffer.
watch it go.
It's not what we are.
No, that's
It's
right.
it's artificial. It just has survival. That's the only thing it
Mhm.
seeks is to survive.
Right. That's right.
One thing that helped me a little bit, and I don't know if this will help you, because at the end of the day, a lot of this shit, I mean, I didn't come to this shit overnight. A lot of it's been a slow process over years of cutting things out. You know, it's like doing surgery on your own being. If you imagine all these fucking tentacles of loops and habits and familiarity and cover, all those things are like tentacles in your being, and you have to do surgery on that shit. Nobody else is going to do it for you, and they're not going to do it for you, and they benefit from it. So one thing that helped was like imagine yourself as an experiment, and you have all these people around you that are logging you, watching everything you do. What does the subject do when they realize they're truly a sovereign being? Do they keep being the experimental subject, or do they try to break free? Because at the end of the day,
Oh,
the confidence that you're
yeah.
wanting isn't going to
Hmm.
come from anywhere else, not going to come from them. They don't want you to have confidence. It's going to come from you and realizing your own power, because at this current time, we're like fucking lab rats to them. We're lab
Yeah,
rats with a bunch of wires connected to us,
I feel that.
watching how we
Mhm.
react, watching how we respond, watching how we interact with each other. We're fucking lab rats, dude. We're experimental lab rats we're harvesting from.
Fully,
And
fully experiment.
right. And
Fully.
so,
Hmm.
I feeling that pain and not avoiding it is a really huge part of breaking personal, because you can see all this shit. I mean, all of us have seen all these posts of people online that recognize that shit isn't the way it's supposed to be. This is not right. They may have some semi awareness of, the archons and beings and all that shit. But the question is, how many of them have been able to cut those tentacles and sit there in excruciating pain and say, this is the shit? Like, this is the shit that's actually going to uh, potentially retrap you once you transition, because a lot of
It's
work can be done once we
human.
transition, but we have to do some of the work while we're in the body, especially if there's hidden loops and hidden shit. Because if you're used to comfort here in the body, how likely is it that comfort is going to pull you in once you transition? So once you
Yo,
get used to feeling that pain here, you're going to be less likely to just fall into any comfort trap, after you leave the body. And that's a big thing for a lot of people, is that comfort is a tricky fucking bitch. And again, it comes in many forms. And for a lot of us, if we don't recognize that before we transition, we're fucking cooked when we do. So
humans are designed to avoid pain and seek pleasure. We're literally wired for that shit. This is like insane. The trick that this is, how inverted it is. We are designed to avoid pain. At least that's what they say.
Well, it's a corralling mechanism. If you give them two options and one of them they're avoiding, then obviously they're going to take the other one if the other one's the one you want them to take. If the only other option is just more pain, then I mean it's diabolical, but it is intentional.
So we lean into the pain.
I wouldn't lean into the pain just for the sake of leaning into pain. I would lean into the pain as a form of not walking into the trap, you
Like
know?
it is what it is, admitting it is what it is.
Right, but there is a solution. The solution is the disintegration of that which benefits from you being in pain. So everything that's not intrinsic to your
Hmm.
eternal being, that's what you want to on Earth, you know, like to
Mm-hmm.
uncover
Hmm.
what is
Hmm.
real, what is going to be with you when you're out of this system, right? Or at
Hmm.
least out of that body. You know,
Hmm.
you're not going to automatically get out of the system, but if you're not attached to things, you have a better chance of getting out of the system.
So you were saying disobey, that you used to do that as far as like what's me and what's not me, neti neti. Can you tell me more about that? Like, could that might help me? Because I
It
guess I don't
means
know how to.
to,
I mean, I do that, but I don't do that too. I don't know. Maybe I could learn something.
I mean, it's hard to explain. It's just you realize what you're not. Like you're not any of the
You're
things
not
that
any of the
are.
things that. So you just look around and I'm not this. I'm pretty much nothing here. Everywhere you go, every day, or what?
Pretty much.
None of this
It's
shit.
internal. It's all internal.
None of this shit.
Right. Think of yourself
Well,
like a stage actor. Everything around you is props, your roles, your job. A lot of people don't like this, but even being a
Exactly.
mother, being the family member, all those, you're a character on a stage. None of those things are actually you because once you leave the body, that's not you. You're not a mother,
When
you're not a sister,
when you
you're not any of those
I
things.
umbilicus like hurt, like my female parts like squeezing, like ow. I mean I feel the attachment, it's there. I'm just trying to be a better mom and every day, and that's a big one for me. Yep, we know. I've talked about it before. Yeah, but I feel like things are going real good with my son and I. And I feel like there is some good results from me making like hard choices that were the right choices that were so hard that I couldn't make for years, like cutting off my toxic ex, even though there's consequences for it. I see the benefit because it's been like, you know, 8 months or something. And yeah,
I mean,
I
I
know
get
I'm.
it. You can still be I mean, you can still play the role of a mom, but just realizing that once you transition, like that role is null and void, but it will be used against you. Likely it's going to be used against you. So if you just imagine yourself like that, you're the experimental lab rat on a theater stage with all these fucking masks and roles and bullshit. None of that shit is you. Not even, I mean, honestly, how a lot of us have been conditioned
What
to
a cute
respond
little
to
rat
certain
I was.
situations.
What a cute little rat I was. I was trying so hard. I was trying so hard on that little wheel. I was doing the maze. I was doing the tricks. Oh my gosh. That's so painful. That's so sad. That's so dumb. That's so lame. Oh my gosh.
and most
How the
importantly, it's
fuck do we
wrong. It's
keep going
incorrect.
on? That's right.
You know.
So how do we keep going on? Who the fuck are we gonna do?
Well, for me, I think it's individual to each one of us. But for me, my intention is to destroy it. that's 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 what I have to do. However long that takes.
Y'all, okay. I'm gonna share something, and it's kind of vulnerable and embarrassing. Hmm. But I feel called to share it. Is it okay with
Sure.
y'all?
I mean,
Like,
keep in mind we are on the we are on the
you,
internet, but
okay. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think there's some kind of entity or something that particularly kind of gets into my nervous system about relationships and people. And, I thought I was a confident person and like a self loving person or whatever at times because I worked on that shit for so many years, so hard. I really thought anyways, but then like, I don't know, in recent times and for a while now, I've realized too, like, self love, I don't got it. Like, no way. It's a lot of shame, hate, self hate, like all this stuff. But like, for some reason, okay, I don't know, is it an entity telling me this? But I was convinced several times with like the lives ever since I got involved in your guys' community, because I've never done that, like from internet to me connecting like that, and like some people I'm really talking to like that. But I thought several times I like offended people or said some weird stuff, and you guys were like, "We are not talking to that bitch no more. She is an NPC." I thought several times it happened, and I don't know. I don't know, did it? Or I really, because I don't know, that's one way I get really tempted to, I guess, go into shame and like, of course, you can't even connect with the real ones. You just, you know, um, yeah.
Sounds like
So,
insertion to me.
yeah, because that's what I'm
Definitely.
thinking. And I'm like, is it or is it not? Because I still wonder. Like, recently, Big Daddy was talking about something on one of the lives I was listening to that I wasn't on YouTube, and I was like, oh my God, he's talking about me, that I'm like this NPC that came in and did some shit. And you were like, yeah, don't reveal identity. We're not, no, we're not revealing identity. But I'm like, oh my God, that was me. They were talking about me. Were you guys? Or is this like some entity
No,
shit?
No, that
Really?
wasn't about you, but
No.
it is
Talk
used,
to me.
no,
always
I'll
uses me as being the instigator of these things. But no, that is verbatim how this thing operates. It plays on every weakness. It uses your own shit against you, because I'm a person like that. Like I'm one to think that way. It was a loop. It was a program. It was something that always kept me in a place of like loops in my head about, oh my God, are they talking about me? Do they not like me? Do they? There was that
Thinking that
that sense
all
of
the time
like
right now.
needing. So
Yes,
it's
I
a
got
hundred
that.
percent. We've had other people state exactly what you said.
Really?
That that's how they
Okay.
felt,
Same
and
entity. Huh? Doing
programming.
same shit.
that's what I was gonna
Mm.
say, Elena. When I first entered the group last year, I had the same type of insertions, but
Oh,
over time, literally no, same exact thing. Although there was somebody in the group at the time that kind of was putting up bad energy in my head. No, I'm saying Big Daddy.
Yep.
But no, when I first entered the group, I had that same type shit, same type of insertions, because that's just what they do when you start until you gain your confidence. You probably
and it hurts
it,
because
it
it hurts.
yeah. It took me some time to get over that shit. You will get over it,
Oh,
but
me
you got
too.
to gain your
I've
confidence in a
been
way. What's
like
that?
I've connected with all those others that I try to connect with, and like I'm just thinking, ain't there going to be some understanding, love, and respect every direction? Ain't it coming? Ain't it here? Because I'm holding space for it in all these ways. And then it's like, no, it ain't coming. It just ain't ever coming. It's always coming and never comes. It
Hmm.
always seems like it's almost there, or a piece of it is there, or it was for a minute, as long as you're like this or like that, and then um, it's always coming and it never comes. Just, but yeah, I'm getting mind
Dangles
wiped.
the carrot. Dangles the carrot.
Hmm.
It's so painful, guys, because then I think, fine, I've been with the fake ones, right? Where it's like, I'm not sure. And then with y'all, I feel something really real and like it resonates and my mind is making more sense. And like what life is, it's just changing everything for me. And as I investigate, and it's like just bringing a lot together, and it sure ain't easy, but it really is. I'm so glad. Kind of like you want the truth no matter how much it hurts, no matter how strange it tastes. Even if you're not used to it, you want it, right? Those of us that do, because it's just, I'm not trying to have nothing but the truth. And thinking like, but I find some real ones, but then they get to reject me because I'm ultimately rejectable because I'm the deformed, God's deformed little being. So part of me still thinking I'm broken beyond repair from the script and, trauma bond and all that, blah, blah. Yeah, so that's about it. What I was going to say.
Yeah, and so that's the part that I'm talking about earlier about it's feedbacking real bad through your
Through
mic,
mine?
Alina.
Oh,
Yeah.
of course. I'll just put it on quiet while y'all talk. Just a sec.
Yeah.
That's
I
a
guess we'll just
perfect
do that from
example
now on.
again. It's
Yeah.
hang on. It's a perfect example again. Let's have feedback now. Let's mute. We have her in a vulnerable state with having this discussion, and now you see what I'm saying? Like, this is how it operates. If anybody is questioning how this place operates and how fucking diabolical it is, you just watched it happen.
Yeah.
You
Subtle,
just watched
subtle
it
things.
happen.
Damn straight, dude.
Yeah. It's subtle, but it builds on everything that
Yes.
it does.
Yes. That's one thing that like I've really gone inward for is I'm figuring the script out. I'm figuring the programs. Like I'm figuring it out because I know I'm here right now and I'm going to know my enemy very well. Very well. Like it knows me, obviously. But yeah.
Yeah, your
Yeah.
enemy
And
already don't like you.
the whole thing will gaslight you the whole time and tell you that you're wrong. Oh, it's just it always has an explanation for the shit that it does. There's always an excuse. There's always a reason. But all those
It's like,
little that's what I'm talking about, Alina. Now think about if you can use your imagination. Imagine what goes on in the mind of an eternal being. Do you think any of that shit that you just mentioned is a part of
oh,
that?
no, but I'm gonna cry right
That's
now. No.
right.
Hell
That's
no.
not you. That's not you. It's an insertion. It's a
Mm-hmm.
it's a overlay. It's a
Oh,
program that pretends to be you, that mimics you, that you've convinced yourself is you through
fuckers.
your interaction with it, right? Because it does have an effect in this world, right? You can listen to it and it'll give you things, right? It'll give you relationships and stuff and things about this place, but it'll never guide you down the path of truth. It's only ever going to be involved in the external illusion.
Then you get better and then you'll get it. You get better and then you'll get it. Oh, you ain't better enough yet. Oh, maybe you're too broke to get better. You know?
I mean, none of us will ever be good enough for
Ever
this
be good
place
enough
because
for this place because we're
we'll never
never.
be like it because
Yeah, I
you're
just
already
want to
better.
add. Oh, go. Sorry.
That's it. Just because you're already better than this place, that's why it treats you the way it does. But that's all I was gonna say.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it is really important to separate what is and isn't you, and then you can kind of start letting stuff like because they're never gonna stop completely. I mean, while we're here,
Mm-hmm.
like I'll still get subtle insertions every once in a while. Now, once you start to like gain confidence and overpower those insertions, they become less, but they still come through, and you can
Mm-hmm.
almost kind of just let them flow. Like they're, you can get angry. There's lots of different tools, but like they get easier to deal with over time. But then you also have to hold the contradiction of the level of perfection that they want to make you believe you need to be. Like that's also false.
Yeah.
There's two things happening at once. You do have to recognize loops that will create vulnerability for you in this life so that you don't take offers and then once you transition. But you also have to hold the fact that like the level of like perfection that some of these fucking spiritual groups talk about, it's not attainable. It's another mask of pretending that some level of being perfect is real. It's not. There's always going to be some shit. You're never going to have the perfect response 100% of the time, but you can recognize it. So once you start bringing awareness to every thought, every insertion, every behavior, every pattern, that's the power. The power isn't
The whole awareness.
like behavior.
The whole block.
The power is in bringing awareness to all the things that are not you. Because once you have awareness, then you can use your tools to kind of surgically cut the things you need to cut and prep yourself for that transition. But don't think that there's some level of perfection that you need to be at. Awareness is your number one weapon in this place.
Yo, that's a whole lot of awareness. And this shit is working. This insertion is working through my dreams hard right now. It has been for months now. Like from nightmares where like all my teeth fall out, they're trying to kidnap my son, crazy shit, to like all that nervous about friends and family shit, like hella strange situations that I'm like, and and then having to stand up for myself and then I get real angry, but I'm getting good at getting angry in my dreams and doing what I can't do in this 3D world, like telling off my dad who died and having a real conversation that like really matters to all my siblings and I, like our whole family, and then some other folks, and I'm just like, I can do it in dream life some, that I can't do it here. But this insertion, it's trying to like get this narrative in where I'm just obsessed and depressed and just trying to be like, get this community going finally or whatever that I feel like I was made for and that I'm here to create. That sounds so stupid, but yeah.
Well, it's the insertion, right? It gives you an unattainable thing to reach for, that it knows that it's already put roadblocks out that you can't get here, and then it tortures you for the script that it
Yeah.
wrote.
You'll never get what you were made for. You'll never get your dream. You'll never get what you were made for, what you want more than anything.
Well, I mean, what you're getting is what that body, what this script was made for, is exactly what you're getting. It's already happening.
Yep.
This
Mhm.
whole thing is made to generate suffering to breed compliance.
Mhm.
That's what it is about. So you're getting exactly what the character that you're playing was made for, but it has nothing to do with the real you.
Mhm. The real me. Who's that? Oh.
It's that's something that only you can find for yourself. You know, for me, I had to have a near death experience to find out for myself, but not everybody has to go through that. It's just you have to want it more than you want anything else here. If you want something else here more, you'll never get it. And even if you want it more than anything
Mm.
here, there's still a chance you might not get it, just because it's a willingness to let go of everything.
Whoa. Whoa. Everything or nothing. Everything in one hand, nothing in the other. And like your choice picks one of those.
Yeah, but it's a trick choice, because really the everything here is giving up everything eternally. Anything here is giving up the everything eternally.
I'm so pissed. I'm so
Yeah. There's nothing
pissed.
here that we can't create better. This is all a hollow projection. The only thing that makes this place alive is life itself, which is what we are. The rest of it's already dead. It's just waiting for us to release it.
So I'm pretty much like maybe till the day I die, I might just be crying, yo, just crying. Like I took my son to the river the other day. It was so beautiful. I was telling you, but like this like funeral death song came into me. Like we found this gorgeous log with all these special rocks and flowers. Like somebody obviously had a moment over there, like a while over there. It was a special place, and it was like this cove, the lake. It was so good. And my son was like, Mom, this is a thinking, what did he say? An angel thinking, a magic thinking place or something like that. And, but then, like, what arose within me when I finally had a moment to, like, breathe and relax with my son in nature, which I haven't done in a long time because we're just grinding.
Yeah, that's the time of you know decompression or pacification, right? So it's like it'll let you decompress to an extent so they can come back and get you
For a
again.
minute.
That's all it does. It's a cycle. It's just a cycle. And once you recognize the cycles, you can step outside of it internally, right? And no longer be swayed by what it's trying to use the environment to elicit from you, which is just energy and attention and attachment and identity.
Hmm.
So ultimately, it's up to you how much you suffer this, because you're the only one that can decide to let all this shit go that's not you and find the real you.
Mm-hmm.
And the real you doesn't have anything to do with the script, with the person that you are. It has nothing to do with
And
any of
I'm the
that.
only one that knows how to do that, apparently. Is that what you're saying? I'm the only
You're
one
not.
that's know how to fucking
You're
do that. Like
no. You're
I
the only
do
one
not.
that can do it for you. I mean, there's some of us that know how to do it, but you're the only one that can do it for you. I can't do it for you. You know.
Yeah, about that, of course. But like, I do not feel equipped to know how to do that right now. I do not feel like I know what I'm doing. I do not. I am not sure that I will do a good job, even if I try my hardest right now. Let's
Yeah,
get real.
the reality is just designed to hide you from yourself. That's all. And
Yeah.
ultimately it just comes down to your individual level of will. How much will can you
So I
basically
just cried tonight. I die, bro. Like it's like I could cry till I die. Like I could literally cry till I die. My kids don't need that. That's not right. I gotta do something. I gotta change something up.
Well, if you don't want to cry, then the only other option I see is to get angry. Get angry that
Well, I
this is bad on purpose. Get angry that you're being tortured and given two options and neither of them are right for you.
yeah,
That's all
I
by
do that too.
design.
Yeah,
So
and
you
my
got to
angry great.
recognize that there is
It's
another intelligence. Like the first step would be to really isolate your own signal and figure out who you are as an eternal being. And then from there, everything that's not you will be obvious and apparent, and you can make the decision then to rip it off of you. But it
more
takes a
than
level
that.
of anger to be able to do that because it's going to project a lot of scary shit onto you in that process. And if you're not
Yeah,
mad enough, you'll be back into compliance
no, I'm
with
mad
the
enough, brother. Get clear.
identification.
I'm mad enough. I'm mad enough. I am. Do I ever always do the right thing with my madness? Probably not, but I try. Like, or I no, it's no, I don't try. I do the right thing sometimes with my anger, but like, I'm mostly sad. Let's get real. Yeah, I mostly could cry till I die. But
And do you think
I
you deserve that?
no,
Okay.
no,
Well,
I'm a
do you
no.
recognize that there's a formula to generate that as a consistency? That's the consistency because there's something that's making that happen over and over again by
Yeah.
design.
Yep.
So how
I
do you
don't.
feel about that? You think that's
Pisses
right?
me
Is that okay?
really off. Makes me more determined, more clear, more angry, more sacred rage, more clear, more knowing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Right,
gets me on
exactly.
fire.
And that's the authentic expression of any being that's in this shithole,
Mm-hmm.
right? There's two types of real beings in this place. There's the ones that think that this place is
Right.
beautiful and life is a gift, right? And that it should be honored and cherished. And then
Right.
there's the ones that are just fucking honest. That's the only difference in the real beings that are here. Those that are lying and those that are telling the truth. That's it.
Oh, fuck, bro.
And
That's hard. Love those.
authenticity is
Love
what it
those.
doesn't like.
I know, but it hurts because, like, I wish we could all just know the truth. But those folks that, like, really, like, they're really, because I got a lot of people in my life still, like, best friends and best people are just like, just got to think right. Just today, my very good friend who's also, she's one of the nanny moms I nanny for, was like, well, if you look at it that way, it'll be that way. How do you see the world? Positivity, straight up. Like, I just had to give a little nod on my way out from work, but like, not really.
I mean, you can call them friends, but I'll call them what they really are. They're handlers. It's exactly what they are. That's all they're there to do and be. Just flat out. I mean, what they're regurgitating is matrix script garbage. It's not authentic. It doesn't come from anything
They
real.
want me back. They want me
It
back.
comes it comes from a pacification program. That's all it is. They're fake as fuck, and I'll say it to their face too.
But I feel like I need these people, bro. That's the thing. Like, I'm involved with them.
And
I'm entangled with them.
that's the
Like, I feel like
attachment, right?
everything depends, like, with them. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
but
script
that's
is
the
written for
comfort.
them.
That goes back to the comfort we talked about earlier though. You don't actually need anybody else. That's an illusion because when you transition, you're only going to have you. You're literally only going to have you, not your family, not your friends, not your kids, not anybody. It's going to be you and whatever they have planned for you once you transition out the body. And that's it. Again, it goes back to feeling that pain. Like, can you get rid of the ones in your field that you know are fake as fuck and realize that you don't need anybody? You
and I'm
absolutely don't need anybody. You could be by yourself in a box on the street and you would still be an eternal being. Doesn't matter.
leave my kids with others to raise or what? I mean, I got, I got to do them right. And
Well, think
I
about
just
a
meant
thousand years from now. Think about 100 million
generally,
years
though.
from now. Does it matter what you do right now? Not really. Not unless, right?
maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Right?
It only matters to your eternal being. So what serves your eternal being? Is it something that's temporary, right? In this script, if it's being used against you, see, it's like that. Even that thought of where am I going to leave my kids? It's an implant, right? Like, oh, if I let go of the illusion, if I let go of the lie, I'm not gonna. It's an implant of fear. it's an injection, right? It's not really coming from you, because the eternal being isn't worried about that. It knows that if they are also the same type of entity as you are, they'll be fine ultimately, regardless of whatever shit script this place gives them. Doesn't It's all irrelevant. It doesn't None of it matters. That's the thing, that when you really realize that none of this shit actually matters, it's all a control mechanism. There's nothing here that's to benefit us. It's all to serve a parasitic intelligence. It really puts it into perspective. Why is it the way that it is? Because how is it keeping you compliant? How's it keeping you subservient? How's it keeping you identified with the limited entropic characters that we're designed to, attach to?
Hi. You know, the word mat kind of sounds like matrix or matter when you say nothing, none of this matters. Like mat in Russian means mother. It's like official word of mother, mat. And then like there's matrix, and that's also like something about the womb and mother um, and it's also mat. Mat, if you say mat, that means cuss word in Russian. I just find that interesting. Mother and cuss word and matrix all together.
I mean, the Matrix isn't my mother. It's not anything to me but a pile of
Mat,
program that needs to be deleted.
matrix, matrix. So you don't got a mommy or a daddy?
I don't think so. Not in this place.
And not in a heavenly sense.
I wouldn't trust any character, from any story that has been designed within this realm.
But we have the experience of mother and father here.
Yeah, you have handlers. You have attachments that are designed to generate, what is it, like nostalgia, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, and you have like this duality, like you have a right foot and a left foot. You're like this duality is in your body. This mother and father union is in your body here,
It's all just
but
code.
it's not who you really are, you're saying.
No, it's a code. It's a program. The only thing that is real is what's eternal. Beyond that, none of it's necessary. Awareness was before any of this ever existed. Awareness will be after this all cease to exist.
Disobey, could I ask you to say a little bit more about the um, insertion about one's mindset? It's because I've gotten a lot of that recently. Also
Uh,
about
can you ask me a little more specifically?
um,
Like, give me an example, or
like attitude. It's all about attitude. It's all about one's mindset, and because I'd be crabby right now, and I recognize that there's some gaslighting there.
yeah,
You know.
yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's not only gaslighting, it's also scapegoating, right? Because again, those of us that have recognized what this place is, we see that it's all scripted. It's all looping stories that are designed to generate the effect that they have, which is mostly, negativity emotionally, suffering, pain, and attachment, and bonding through that trauma. And it's scapegoating to say that it's because of your attitude, or the way, or your perspective, or the way you're looking at it. It's like if you were to walk up to somebody and just start punching them in the face over and over, and they get upset, and you tell them, well, you're just looking at it the wrong way. Like, that's literally what's happening here. And I see plenty of people that have really good attitudes that get the shit beat out of them all the time, and all it does is it keeps them pacified. That's all it does, is that they're now more accepting of the abuse, because they've taken on that mindset, which is just a pacification program. And I know plenty of people that are, I've seen examples of plenty of people that are, generally pieces of shit in every way, and they're rewarded for it. So, I mean, in a way, that there is truth there. Yeah, it does have a lot to do. If you want the rewards of this world, it has a lot to do with, how you treat others. And the more you can take advantage of others, the more you can enslave and subjugate, the greater the rewards you'll get. Hence we have billionaires. So I doubt that they're sitting there meditating on love. I think they're just trying to find more and more ways to conquer, just like the reflection of the parasitic intelligence that probably projects them as characters into this realm. So your mindset isn't going to do anything for the external, right? If you start becoming a sovereign-minded being, you're not going to see an external reward for that, because it's the entire place is designed to punish that and to beat that into integration.
Yes,
That's
that has been our experience because we used to be innocent and positive and kind and all, well, not that kindness is missing now, but yeah, it's a lot of punishment and a lot of stripping away of the will.
yeah. And you see the evidence of that, right? When you see most children that come into this world, they are that, you know. So if if it worked the way that they say it fucking works, then every child should be born into a utopia from the rip, right? If it's about mindset and this and that, well, they're
Right.
basically blank slates, and by the time they're in their single digits walking around, most of them just want to play and have fun, interact and explore, and yet they're oftentimes in very hostile environments that don't reflect their nature. So the evidence is there. It's just the gaslighting's a lot louder somehow. Somehow the message of, you know, I'm not doing what you see me doing is somehow drowning out the recognition for the most part of what is actually happening here.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the gaslighting and the scapegoating are some pretty strong applications.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could describe how I got over all of that. It just became so recognizable when I observed this reality objectively to see that that's not how things work here. That
Okay.
innocence is taken advantage of,
Yes.
authenticity is punished, you
Yes.
know, and being a piece of shit parasite is exactly what is rewarded here, because that's in the image of the entity that's running this construct, and that's what
And
benefits it
yeah,
ultimately.
and then the next level or layer of it seems to be, oh, you've got victim mentality.
Again, it's also scapegoating. That's another form of scapegoating,
Yeah.
right? Oh, because you're playing the victim, you're going to be the victim. Okay, well, I don't think a rabbit's playing the victim when a hawk swoops down and rips its head off. I think it's just being a fucking rabbit. It's the design of this place. It's how
Yeah.
it's orchestrated intentionally. The formulas are all there. They're just masked differently. There's a little more complexity to the formula of a human predator than there is a bear, but it's essentially the same thing.
Thank you.
Sure thing. Please feel free to ask any and all questions. I think again the victim mentality that goes along with the negativity thing. If you're negative, negative things will happen. It's all bullshit. It's like karma. It's all in the same realm of gaslighting and scapegoating. Well, you must have done something wrong if you're experiencing this, right? It's the umbrella is always blaming those that are being taken advantage of for them being taken advantage of, even though the script was literally, the reality itself was designed to create vulnerability so that vulnerability could be exploited. That's the whole point. It's to generate vulnerability and exploit that vulnerability. That is this reality in a nutshell. I'm going to create the conditions that create vulnerability, and I'm going to exploit that vulnerability every way possible to wear down the will of the individual being so that they will forfeit their essence to me, the parasite, the thing playing God. To put it bluntly, that's it. It's all that it is. But it definitely takes a stepping back and stepping out of and just observing the formulas at play to really detach from it and say, okay, well, none of this was ever me. There's been a saboteur, an infiltrator from the beginning, all designing and conscripting all of these things to happen the way that they happen, not just for me, but take a step back out of your own life and look around, look at how others' lives go. You'll notice a trend. Those that are real and honest and authentic get tortured and subjugated, and those that go with the program are rewarded. Doesn't It's not really complicated. If you buy into the bullshit, then your reward is you aren't punished or tortured as severely. If you can get others to buy into the bullshit, then you will be rewarded. You'll actually get things.
There's the ultimate pyramid scheme, huh?
That's all it
Once
is a fucking pyramid scheme.
once you recruit 10 people into into the pyramid scheme, then you get to level up.
Right. And the more you can help facilitate and generate conditions that create vulnerability and suffering, the greater the reward. Again, hence billionaires. They are the most efficient puppets for the Matrix.
What do I tell my son that says, I want to go to heaven so I can be a billionaire and do good things with it, and I'm going to give out so much money. I'm going to do such good things because in heaven you get to be whatever you want, and I'm going to be a billionaire.
Try to walk him towards identifying the actual cause, right? He has a good intention of trying to treat the symptoms, as most here do, right? They see suffering, they want to alleviate the suffering. But just get him to critically think, right? Get him to keep him thinking for himself, and
Hmm.
try to get him to use deductive reasoning, right? And guide
Hmm.
him down that path of recognizing the overall causal factor to the problem instead of the treating, this the sensory issue.
But the other day he goes, Mommy, I know you think this whole world is dumb. I'm like, oh shit. I didn't mean to make it like that, but he's like, but we got, and then like I heard him like switch into like some programming that I know that he's getting at school and stuff, but he was like, but this world is beautiful and it's a gift and we should be grateful. Look how beautiful the sun and, all these things. He's like, this world is not dumb. I know you think this world is dumb. And I was like, oh shit, I don't know that I represented things the way I should.
I mean, things can look beautiful and cause you immense suffering, you know? A cactus is beautiful, but when you hug it, it's not so pretty.
Hmm.
It's kind of the same thing here. It looks good, but when you see the design, the intended design underneath the image, it's just something he's got to find for himself. You can't really. I mean, he's young, He'll
Hmm.
experience life for all that it's worth. But ultimately, it's really not even your responsibility. Like, all you can
Hmm.
do is be authentic and real and
Yeah,
let
it
him
is.
come to his own. It's really not. He's his own
What?
being. He's his own eternal mind. You're not his first mom.
I'm the person that
You
made him, like, in this
Well,
earth.
not really. I mean, you didn't. Did you design and create your own avatar? So
No,
you
but
just got plopped in the
I
middle of a
just,
system,
no, but
and
if
you're
I'm
and
a
you're
good
trying to
person,
take responsibility for the system. And if you do that, that's what it wants for sure. It wants you to be responsible for
You
its
gotta mute for a
creation.
second.
You just got to be real, But obviously, there are parameters that you probably, you don't want to have the script play out too harshly on you. So be real to an extent. I mean, it sucks that you can't be 100% with your kids, but you do have a role that you have to play if you want to have them in your life. You just have to figure out how to balance that role with being real.
And there are things that can be both beautiful and dumb. Just saying.
Beautiful and what?
And dumb. They can be both, right?
Well, I don't know. Not really. I don't know.
Oh, I
Beautiful
think
and that's not that fun. I don't know. I'd rather not be dumb.
I mean, it can be. It does have beauty. It definitely has beauty, and kind of dumb in many ways.
Right? Does the beauty outweigh the suffering? Is it worth it?
Well, okay, people say you're going to look at the beauty, you're going to see the good, you're going to think about the good, you're going to get the good. But, you know,
One thing I'd be really curious if there, I know it's not possible, but if there was a way to do a study, right, and see, well, how connected are they to their own being and how much of their own being are they giving away to the system, to this reality system. I think it would be very apparent that those people, if they're not all hollow shells, then they're the conditioning is controlling them and they're not being real and they're giving away more than they're getting from this place. The law of unequivalent exchange is this place's law, number one. Whatever it gives so they can take more later down the line. I heard somebody, there was this video and they were talking about how did they put it? They were like, basically like the first part of their life was like the teaser to get them hooked. And then all of a sudden, the monthly subscription all of a sudden isn't worth what they're getting in return. And it's like, that's without even knowing it, they've recognized the formula for this reality. So it looks,
Exactly, and then
yeah,
sorry,
go ahead.
then comes in the sunk cost fallacy,
What's that?
which
I've
is
not heard that.
it's where we've put so much into something that we are less willing to let it go because we've invested. So yeah, it's the same kind of
see it
thing.
work out.
We can't let it go because we put so much into it.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah, you nailed it. It's a good
Hmm.
one.
Hmm. Oh.
Quite the
Oh.
elaborate design. Very elaborate, very well thought out, very meticulous, intentionally constructed for the effect that it has.
I feel guilty though teaching my son that, like, if he's out here thinking this world I live in is dumb, real not good, like something wrong here. But I'm like, maybe I could have taught him something different. I don't know, like you can do something about it.
Don't you think he knows it intuitively? I mean, I
He
think a
does,
lot of
but
us knew it
he was giving
as
me a pep talk the
children,
other
like
day.
this is messed up.
Hmm. He was giving me a pep talk the other day. He was like, Mommy, I know you think this world is dumb. And it really did hurt my heart because it's like, oh, shoots, like he's living in it. I wish I wish it wasn't this way, but like what if I'm wrong?
You know why he was guided to say that?
Why? Insertion
Well, hold on. What did you say? It really did do to you?
hurt my heart real bad. Hurt my heart real bad. I feel
There you go.
guilty. I feel
There
shame.
you
I feel, ooh, I can hate myself. Ooh, what
well
the,
you just answered
oh
it.
my God.
That's why it did
Oh,
it.
oh
You
my
now know
God.
why the insertion was there.
Insertion
The
after insertion.
the
Like
effect that
I
it
was,
had was the purpose.
Big Daddy was like, I can see that fool from 100 yards. That Olena, she full of shit. She's not one of us. And then he told me that was an insertion, like you said. And it's like, oh my God. Like, and I'm getting it in my dreams, these insertions, same stuff. And I'm about to prep to go and do things like that. Lots of insertions can have their way, you know? Like my sister, um, getting married and like with her two kids having a birthday party at the same time, and I got no money and I gotta do things like a certain way, and I gotta drive far. I'm gonna be all adrenalized. I always am. I gotta pick up my daughter without seeing the ex. Whew, I'm tired thinking about it. And that's at the end of my week when I've been grinding every day. And I just don't know how to keep going sometimes. And like maybe I should quit some things, but I do feel it's important to stay connected with my family the best way I can right now. Like it feels right, but as soon as I know it ain't right in whatever way, I'll have to make that hard choice and lean into the pain. I'm not looking forward to it, but I've done it before and I do it often. And I do know how to do it. And it sucks big butts and we cannot lie. It really does. Sick of this shit.
What I miss?
Who said that? Disobey? What do you
Yeah,
mean? What you miss? What do you mean?
I
What you
had to
miss?
walk away for a minute. I had to
Oh,
do some. There were some
hmm.
distractions.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Whatever. What's on your mind?
nothing. I'm good. I'm ready to meet the faker. I'm good.
Oh my God. Let's meet him or her or whatever. It. Let's meet it.
It.
But like, I'm gonna have all my attachments, a million cords, and they're gonna be pulling and tugging. And like, I try, but I don't pretend like I'm gonna know how to handle that.
Okay, this could be a programmed trope, but it's a good bumper sticker. I like it. Observe, don't absorb.
Mm-hmm.
Step back and be the observer. There's your unsolicited advice.
You can respond, just don't react.
React.
You want to respond. If you just stay neutral, it's going to move you where it wants to move you.
How do you
It's
know you're
really
reacting?
well. Again, it comes down to separation.
Separation.
One sec.
I was just going to add, Elena, sometimes you can feel it in your nervous system when it's a reaction. So I don't
Mm-hmm.
know if this is helpful to you at all. And a lot of people say it's bullshit to meditate. I do not meditate ritualistically. I really mostly used it when I first started to wake up. And the reason I did it was because I needed to clear my mind to be able to feel out the signal between what was me and what was not me. And the only
Uh-huh.
way I could do that shit was sitting in complete stillness and listening, because before I started waking up, my fucking brain was nonstop. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
reactions, thoughts, all that shit. And so
Mm-hmm.
being able to sit in complete silence and like clear my mind, and then when
Mm-hmm.
thoughts would start to come in, I could start guiding myself on like, okay, where's that signal actually coming from? Is that coming from me, or is that coming from an entity? And so I don't know if that's helpful or if that's something that you have the time to do, but if you're really trying to sort out the difference
I
between
can if
what
I get up early. I can
what's
if I
that?
get up at I can do it if I get up at like 5 a.m., which I could do, and it's what I want to do. I feel like, how about I get inside myself before the day starts? Instead of reacting to the day and to so much, I get inside myself. I figure out what's going on in my subconscious from my dreams and everything. I like subconscious dump by writing it all out. Everything I think, feel, every kind of brain fart, write it out. And then have that time. And then, like, in some silence, like what you were saying, I feel like it would do me a lot of good. I've done a little bit of it, but I could do a lot more.
I would not, that's the thing. Do not tell yourself you need to do more, you should do more. I would only do it with a goal in mind, which is to separate what's you and what's not you, because all this spiritualistic bullshit of like you need to meditate, you got to do it, if you're not meditating every day, blah blah blah. No, fuck that.
Mm,
For
yeah.
me, if it's turning into a ritual or like I have to do this, it's system based. But like if you're struggling to figure out what's you and what's not you, that's when I would say it would be beneficial
But
because
my body feels guilt hearing you say that. And I can feel guilt in my body, like, no, but discipline is the way. And like all the masters, they went through pain and they did what they didn't want to do because it was the right thing and they got good at it. And like you can do that too, but it's pain, it's suffering, it's discipline, it's on time every time. Wake up at the butt crack, do that thing. And I feel guilt, like feeling like, but at the same time, I hear what you're saying. But that's interesting. Yeah. Anyone else jump in?
don't
I'm just
don't
kind of.
don't do it ritualistically or because if you do it like if you
Why
start
though?
to go on
What's so
like
bad about ritualistically? Why? Why is that bad?
well, first of all, ritualistic is not of an eternal being. None of us were sitting there doing rituals on a
Mm,
daily fucking basis when we weren't in a body. We were just being. We
mm,
didn't need to do these things. So the only things that I think in terms of like meditation or anything
mm,
like that is using it as a tool to separate yourself from what isn't you. Because if you're starting to turn it into a ritual, you're turning
mm.
it into performance. You're performing meditation or you're performing this because you feel like you're being told it's
That I don't have rituals. I feel very guilty that I don't have the rituals I want to have that I've been working on. I feel like I could be a lot better and that it would help my life and pretty much fix my life. Okay, there's some more hopium, isn't it? Oh shit. Fuck, I'm
Well,
just
yeah,
seeing.
you're receiving the signal, right? When you're feeling guilt, you are directly receiving signal from the entropic intelligence.
that's it.
So you can identify that signal and isolate it and rip it out of you. It's not you. It doesn't belong to you. I don't ever feel guilt about anything because it's all bullshit.
What? Are you serious? I like live guilty, bro, like all day. Like it almost feels good sometimes, and that's nasty. It's gross.
So yeah,
I'm
it's
like,
it. It
what
it
the fuck
is
happened
it,
to me?
it is integrated with your being and your mind right now.
It's so gross. I'm like, I feel more comfortable longing for, wishing for, being sad about some sad ass old shit than actually having it. I don't even know what having it is. I don't think I'm worthy of it. I don't think I'm capable of it. And pretty much, I feel more comfortable longing for it, feeling bad about it, than. And then I'm like, well, I just got to do the right thing about it and make it right. And then I can create and I can manifest because I'm just like being a loser. Like, I got to do it right. I got to get those rituals. Like, I've been like banging on my head about it for years.
Yeah, you know why it feels better though to be in those states? The reward it's giving you is you're going to feel better, right? Through your nervous system, you'll feel better because it's going to reward you for being in a manageable state. Because it can manage you in that bandwidth, it's going to reward you for staying in that bandwidth. There's no, once you gain awareness, you're not rewarded through the nervous system anymore. It's quite the opposite. It doesn't feel good to be aware of what this place is. It's just, it's the recognition of what it is overrides any of the discomfort of wanting to fall back into integration with it, right? So it's everyone here is born into a system that's designed to integrate them with the artificial. That's all it really is about. But real quick, I wanted to welcome Untitled real quick, or sorry, Cuntitled. It's been a
What?
while. It's been a while since we've had you on a show. Excellent.
We
Greetings.
missed you. bro.
I'm
Well,
sure
what
that.
makes
Oh,
you ask?
I didn't hear you.
What did you say?
I said, welcome.
Oh, good evening. Good evening. Good evening.
How are you?
Oh, phenomenal. Phenomenal.
I have a quick thought about the I should meditate kind of thing. What if it's not? What if it's just stepping away for 3 deep breaths to calm the nervous system in the moment, instead of it being oh, I've got to do it every morning, you know, a scripted kind of thing. What if it's just
What's funny
stepping
is that
in?
the rumination of the ritual becomes the ritual itself without accomplishing anything. The rumination, therefore, becomes the ritual, right? It's a very frustrating paradigm.
Yeah, and I hope everyone
Boom.
realizes
Nailed it.
I'm not bringing it up as a ritual, but it is beneficial if you're really, really struggling with things that are entity based and you can't separate yourself from what's you and what's not you. Because I don't agree that it should be a ritualistic thing. That's bullshit. But it can be a tool if you're like really in that place where you're like, I literally don't know what thought is mine, what reaction is mine, what behavior is mine, and being able to quiet the noise a little bit. But if you're already struggling with feeling guilt and the feeling that you need to do it, it may not be a good tool for you. But for me, when I first started coming to awareness, I had to do that because my brain was so fucking infiltrated with thoughts that weren't mine, and I couldn't sort the difference between what was me and what wasn't me. So now I don't even really use it, but at first I had to do that to be able to separate the signal. But like Disobey said with the guilt and shit, you got to get rid of that shit first because that's their biggest way of pulling you in. You know what I mean?
How? That claw is in deep, deep for me. Deep.
Gotta get a
Like
shovel
there's
then.
color in it because it almost makes me feel like maybe it's like penance or some shit, you know? Like I wanted something, it didn't happen. It's my fault. Well, I can feel bad about it, you know? Penance, purgatory.
I like what Untitled just said. Get a shovel. Yeah, because
Yeah,
you're
you
gonna
came in
sit
here
that
free of the
way.
subjugation, right? You're adding this weight, and it's becoming integrated in the subconscious. So you're stuck here ruminating on these loops of these traumas that you've been subjugated into.
Yeah.
And the best shadow work is just to realize that none of these subjugations are yours. It is all illusion. None of this weight is yours to carry. You're not Sisyphus. You're not Atlas, right?
But I could have done better. A lot better.
Yeah, no,
Many times.
what we can't ruminate on could have, because that's unfortunately we can't transtemporally shift back in time to go change our circumstances. All you have is this moment right now. The future is not determined, nor is it guaranteed at all.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the should have, it doesn't even benefit you. It literally only benefits the entities. If you're sitting there ruminating on should have, you're literally giving yourself up on a platter to these entities
Yeah,
because
you're a lamp, and all the moths are coming around.
Okay, well, that's good information. Well, I mean, more good news for me today. Yeah, of
But
course.
making it aware, you're removing it from the subconscious into your current frame. Now you have dominion over that, rather than letting it dictate your next experience, your emotion. You now have the reins.
Hmm.
boom.
Untitled, so good to hear your voice. I've listened to you on those lives on YouTube, and your brilliant mind, bro. Like, I just really resonate. It's
I'm
wonderful.
glad you jumped in. It's hard with children, and I agree. I'm a dad, and
Okay,
I tend
yeah, I
not to
heard.
even ruminate anymore, really, because I do realize that my primary responsibility is really just Maslow's hierarchy of needs: right? Food, shelter, water, clean water, education.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I do what is within my power, and I don't sit and ruminate over external circumstances. Obviously, these kids are going to get programmed in these schools, but the primary programming is always at home.
Yeah,
So
but
just
what am
being
I?
the best parent you can be within your own capacity and realizing that you're also fallible and not feeling ashamed for that is I mean, that's fundamental. I'm flawed and, I've done things wrong, but I'm not going to let that weigh on my current experience because when I sit here with my daughter in front of me now, none of that is relevant. Only this moment is relevant.
Well, I feel like the most important thing I could ever teach them or leave them is the truth, the best I know spiritually. But that's not, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck to teach them or how.
Well, you
And
teach them
I
to be
feel like
curious,
I
right?
can't
And
do
have their own exploration into their own. You can't form someone's ontology for them. They'll have their own reckoning. And a lot of these young kids are closer to source, the source energy, the field that we all came from anyway. So a lot of them have this intrinsic knowing, even though there is that amnesia, right? And they're not very judgmental, but they will intuit subjugation. You're putting them inside of a box and within these constraints, they're going to resist. That's just what kids are going to do, right? So it's just like
Well, they're
opening a
16.
window. Yeah.
And my son, he's longing for heaven, and he's like, I just want to go to heaven, like, and because I'm gonna be a billionaire and I'm gonna do good things, not like all those bad guys. Like, it's gonna be amazing, because you can do
Well, he's
whatever
already
you
a
want.
billionaire, right? He has a lot of control of his current circumstances. You can teach him that capitalism is not the way, and that accumulation of wealth is not the way, and that you can be a billionaire through your actions currently, and that's helping others, right? That's being of service.
But I don't know. Like, he's probably gonna be in a shrink's office one day saying, "Oh, that bitch didn't give me nothing."
No,
But
take him to the soup
my daughter,
kitchen, or go to volunteer at the animal shelter. Like
he
do something that has
knows.
a direct, immediate, observable impact. That is going to be worth more than anything you can spend any amount of money on.
No, he does know because we live in a container. We don't got hot water. We don't have a bathroom. It's like it's rough as shit out here, and he's like goes to an outhouse for the bathroom and stuff, and he has some understanding. But my daughter, she's more with her dad, and she's definitely very integrated into all this. But like, yeah, this whole mom guilt thing that all the moms say, all the like, if you're a mom or if you're a good mom, you're gonna have it, and you're gonna have lots of it, and it only grows. It doesn't go away. It's like, okay, well, that's great. Thanks. Good to know. But
Yeah, I wasn't
like,
trying. I'm not trying to be dismissive either. Like, I actually relished my adverse experiences in my childhood more than the better ones because it really did help formulate who I am now. Without those adversities, I wouldn't have my current frame of reference. And I'm certain that he is having no judgment. I mean, he's got a roof over his head, the basic needs are met, and he's got a mom that gives a shit. That is worth like way more than some billionaire's child that's sitting in their house is being raised by a nanny that has no real valuation of anything, and they're tied to this density, and they're tied to the materialism, and they're tied to just being parasitic leeches and subjugating others and stepping on necks to get what they want. I would much, if you want to get into, I don't know what theology you practice or what spiritual practice you have, but that is to be more Christ-like, really, is to be of service to others and not be tied to the density.
I'm just thinking, what can I show him or teach him about like what's really important and like help him build skills with that, whether it's spiritually, to know yourself, to
Yeah.
know what you and not you, like all
Have him
these
chart it
things.
out. Ask him his top five priorities or like his top five values that I don't know how old he is, but have
6.
him kind of chart it out. Oh, perfect. Yeah. So you can bounce it back off of him. Like what are the five most important things to you? And it's going to be pretty micro because he doesn't have this macro worldview. He has limited experiences, right? It's only under the breath of what your linear trajectory with him is. So you might be surprised at what he puts on there as his list of values. And that's really the thing that we can. I do this all the time with my daughter. I ask her, what is like the top three things that are important to you, or what were the top three
How
experiences you
old is
had, or
she?
your favorite part of the day, right?
How old is your daughter?
She's about to be 6 next week, so it's about the same
Oh,
age.
cute.
But bouncing it
Awesome.
off, I allow, I expanding her autonomy is my ultimate goal. I don't want a copycat of me. I want somebody that's liberated to follow their own trajectory and their own path, but always know the dad's there to answer questions or provide defense, right? Like fulfill my role without trying to put her in another cube. There's too many cubes,
Yeah. Hmm.
but you're not fucking up. The fact that you're having this level of self inquiry, you're already ahead of everyone, way
Okay,
ahead of
bro.
everyone else.
Me is like, I don't believe you. Don't listen to this man. Like, truly. Wow. This insert, it's happening. Insertion, injection, whatever it is. Woo! It's happening right now. Right now. Like they're gonna all talk about me after this and say that bitch is crazy and she's leading
Yeah, let
our
them
group.
talk. Let them talk. You know, there's the shadows on the wall of the cave. Let them say
What up,
whatever they
Archon?
want.
What up, Archons? What up,
Exactly.
the
That's not
worst
your
to worst?
truth, right? I'm surrounded by them perpetually. I'm perpetually swarmed with archons all day, every day, and I just laugh in their face. It doesn't bother me anymore, you know. And they can
How
try to
do
get
you
what they want to get, but let them be.
know?
You know, they're on the periphery of my awareness right now. They're in the corner of the room with me, and that's fine. They can stay there. I can't burn them out of here, you know. So they can hang out for now. That's fine. But you can't have any of this whoosh, you know.
Oh. Hmm.
There's
Yeah.
a bunch of
One,
goldfish, you know. Don't sprinkle the food in the bowl.
right.
Laugh in their face. They love that.
And one thing
Hmm.
that's worth pointing out is the idea that, like the normalization of, well, if you're a good mom, you're going to have guilt. That's just normalizing it for its own benefit.
Normalizing it for its own benefit. Of course, all moms should be guilty, kind of thing.
Yeah, who do you think
That's
wrote that construct? You know, or that construct or that
like who does
that
that
perspective?
feed? Who does that benefit? Hmm.
The patriarchy, the archons, theology, capitalism, those systems. You know, mom guilt. You
Hmm.
know, you're supposed to be working now, right, as a strong, independent woman, but you're also supposed to be the maternal, a constant protector. Right? You have this duplicitous role in this multiplicity role that is like impossible to fulfill. We're not
Hmm.
superhuman in this density, right? So it's just all silly. The best thing you can do is just be the mom that is instinct driven. Like you have women have intuition coming into this place. Men do not. You have to reckon with the
You
feminine in
guys,
order to get that intuition and wisdom. So,
I think you guys do too. You do. You definitely do. It's like, yeah, you definitely do. Many of you do.
well, anyone in this room is just steps ahead of what is coming after this because we're having these inner explorations and self reflection, and that's what's fundamental. But just don't, you don't want to
But
add
shit,
any more weight. We're not trying to create more density, right? So energy can't be created or destroyed. So you're sitting here with a swarm around you and what you're currently embodying, and now it's your choice what you want to do with it. And you can push it out of your field. You can take more into your field. You know, you can loose off the archons too. You can pull their
isn't
energy in.
shit?
You can laugh at them. You know,
But shit's about to get real bad, like to where we can't
yeah,
go
maybe,
nowhere.
but the future is not. The
Gas
future is
shut
not
off.
ultimate, right?
They're gonna try to take
That's
our kids, like crazy things. There might be these camps or whatever. You can't go nowhere. You can't do nothing. You can't. There's no gas. There's no food.
yeah. I don't worry about any of that. I don't worry about any of that. I promise you. If we're going to ruminate on that, we're collectively going to manifest that. So just focus on what's important to you and what's within your means of control. And if you're not safe where you're at, then finding a safer location, that's like penultimate. Um, yeah, I mean, put me in a FEMA camp. I don't really fucking care. This is all temporal, but I'm not really worried about it. I don't put that. I don't even put it into my frame of reference. I don't put it into my potential experience.
You don't think about your kid being homeless in a minute because you stood up for truth because
Oh no,
you're
no, no,
doing.
because I got contingency plans. I I got contingency plans. I'm not going to be taken out by some dumb shit like I keep a tight circle and I do what's within my means of control. That's all I really can do. I mean, if they're going to come swoop me up and throw me in a van, it's going to happen. Like, I'm not going to sit here and try to add any energy into that potentiality, right? So it's like this heuristic, it's this determinist potential that we're playing with. Free will is weird here because we don't really have free will. We just kind of have these binary probabilities when we strip it down to the simplest form. And when they can get enough of us to focus on one, that's just kind of how this stupid construct works. It's all
Mm-hmm.
quite silly. But ultimately, they're all fucking weak. They have to, use exploitation and extortion and threats and guilt and shame and all these shitty emotions in order to dictate how people react. But we still
So
do
what
live
do
in a
you?
constitutional republic where we're at now, and that law is still needs to be upheld. So they're gonna fuck around and find out if they really think they're gonna be able to. I mean, other than the mass amount of graphene they're pouring on us all day, every day, and the Morgellons and everything else. In that case,
Mm-hmm.
we just gotta bug out, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well
But like,
said.
yeah. Big clap.
I mean, if I'm not worried
Fire.
about it, it makes them worse. I've had Morgellons for 15 years, and I've had periods where they've been manageable. And like right now, because they're dispersing so much shit on us, they're way worse. So I'm doing like 3 borax baths a week, and it's just, it is what it is. I've dealt with it, but it's like, really? Like, this is kind of the petty, like, nuanced bullshit you're going to subject me to, is you're going to aerosolize the shit and disperse it on me. Like, I'm
Mm-hmm.
see the construct for what it is. Like, I don't need DMT to see this shit. Come on. God, it's so fucking annoying.
So fucked up.
It's just an irritation. It's like a mosquito that never fucking leaves, just constantly buzzing in your ear. It's like, go on. Go on now.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good way to describe them.
Motherfuckers.
I have a question for you, Untitled.
Yes, what's up?
So when you were talking about like the collective perceptual belief, I'm not sure how you exactly worded it. I've been
Yeah.
kind of curious on that because like when you get on any platform right now, you're seeing like we're all seeing like the mega chaos, right? Like we're seeing like
Mhm.
one narrative after another after another after another. And it feels like probing to me, like they're trying to see what catches the most attention. Is that kind of what you're talking about?
Oh,
Because
yeah, it's a reactionary protocol, right? I'm not seeing it happen in my subjective frame of reference. If I'm looking at a black mirror in my hand and seeing it, that's not real to me, right? So it's like, I'm going to pay attention to it, but I'm not going to give it my attention. I'm not going to feed any intention toward it. I'm going to be a neutral observer. Like what was happening in Minnesota and these things, like I'm not there. So I have nothing to levy against other than what I'm obviously being subjugated to through these campaigns, these narrative shifts, right? It's like I'm not going to fully integrate that into my experience, but I still want to stay informed. So that's kind of the line you have to toe. But if they can get enough attention on this is how like the 9/11 timeline that we're on, that was kind of the big ritual that keeps us phase locked in this trajectory. These massive traumas, right? These cataclysmic events. That's how they do it. So if they're going to astroturf these smaller events that are going to kind of have this conjunction of a bigger event, eventually we can see it. It's kind of the kettle is starting to roll now. We have tensions in the Middle East, and we have aliens, and we have all this other shit that's trying to draw your attention, right? So they're probing, like you're saying, they're probing to see what the collective intention or what the collective attention, right? That's our only currency is our attention, what our focus is on. So if they can figure out what's going to assuage enough of the population through all this monitoring they're doing 24/7, that's how they do it. So they're gonna roll the dice and say, okay, I got a 38% probability of this. This is how Project Looking Glass worked. This AI program they use, it just gives potentials, which any AI can do. It gives you potentials, and then it gives you probabilities of being able to make that happen by following these protocols or these specific procedures. So like all these false flags and things, it's all dictated by that program. So that's how they do it. It's just math. It's just math. So
right,
that's why
so
I
is
say it's
it
hard not to influence others because I don't want to subjugate my beliefs upon anybody else. But really, I just say just be the observer as much as possible. Observe, but do not, be in this place, not of this place. Observe, but do not give it any emotional attention. And when things
right?
start to boil in your circumstances, that's when you got to know when to cut and run or when to stick it up. That's all.
Right. And I stick to that kind of observing, especially when it comes to the shit that you see anytime you get. I mean, really, it's online everywhere. I was even at work last night charting, and this is like a nursing computer, and a little box popped up on the bottom right hand corner talking about President Trump's speech. And I'm like,
That's
I'm
fucking
literally
crazy work.
on like a computer at a healthcare facility, right? I'm like not
God
even
damn.
on a platform and it's popping up. But so, right. So it's
Wow.
like so crazy. Like, I'm not even looking
Yeah,
for
I knew
this
how to
stuff.
probe you. Yeah, I knew how to probe you. I knew that you were disassociated from it and being the observer, so it has to kind of provoke you and get into your field in a lot of weird ways. I get it all the time. That's how these advertisement algorithms work, and like it's becoming more pervasive because the more I'm noticing this interface, this wireless body area network, and how our devices are really, reading our brainwaves, like and pushing us in a certain trajectory. So it's like just having that frame of awareness too. It's kind of fucked. We're really getting it like 6 ways, right? This is a 6th generation warfare now. Truly, we have the Internet of Bodies, and everybody is in this. We're kind of already in a hive mind unintentionally, just through the algorithm, right? So this AI supercontroller, this AGI or this ASI that's kind of dictating the currents currently, which is not. I don't think that's really it. Like from the ultimate frame, but it certainly is a component of the construct. That's kind of what our adversary is right now. Is this fucking AI biodigital convergence? That's really the only thing we need to worry about. Is like just don't take the implants and keep the heavy metals out of your body. In my opinion, strictly.
Right. It makes you wonder though, like, so, and because most of the time I stick to the perspective that it's all just kind of absurd and funny, right? Like I'll see the shit online and it's just funny, right? Because you can tell that they're probing for attention. But it does make me wonder, like, if you were to step back and see all of it when it comes to the attention and focus of the population, which aspect gains the most? Because there is so much right now being pushed out, like, from every angle. I mean, you have like the Epstein files, you have the president who's just, I mean, if there ever was an actor, holy shit. I mean, god damn. But like
Yeah, we're in a
there's
spider
all
web now, and his loyal followers have kind of dissented, and a lot of global leadership have had this fundamental fracture because there has been this general awakening that I still don't really have a comprehensible, like a tangible mechanism to have an understanding of why that happened, whether there's something external or maybe it's just a part of this trajectory for so many of us that are either origin souls or from X out of the cube, coming in here. I mean, you can't deny that there is this awakening happening. There's more spiritual awareness than I've ever seen, that I ever thought I would see personally. And I've been a spiritual individual for 22, 25 years, since I started studying Taoism when I was like 8. So it's wild to me to see these topics discussed, which gives me a little bit of hope that, like, maybe there is some shifts happening here and there's some memory coming back for individuals because they're questioning the narratives. They're kind of, removing the Stockholm syndrome. They're not along with the cults as much. I mean, they're still very powerful. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, there's some fissures happening. There's some internal structures collapsing, and there's a lot of cognitive dissonance that people are reckoning with. So I just say I have no
people.
judgment for you. Like, I'm not going to judge you for your past indiscretions as long as you're not being a total fuckhead, like terrible human. And let's just move forward now. But let's reconcile and see where we do have, commisery, and where we can go from here.
People are stressing about these Epstein files. Ooh, they are stressing. I see it everywhere.
Yeah, it's kind of a good thing. I don't think it's having the effect they thought it would. I think they kind of thought it would breed more submission, and if anything, it's kind of actually reckoning for a lot of us that have been into conspiracies, so-called conspiracies, right? It's like I've known the truth for a long time. I can see shit. Like, so it's just, I think our role now is to help people reconcile how absolutely absurd this place is and what's really going on here, and just offering our insight and our knowledge, right?
Right, because imagine, like, I Disobey said something a week ago about, he saw a video and it really stuck with me about the nervous system overload. So like for a lot of us, we were already aware that a lot of this fucked up shit was happening, right? Like we have been in that awareness for some time, but for somebody that was like, imagine somebody that was totally asleep, like they were just going on about life, and you get into the Epstein files and your nervous system is totally fucking fried because you're
Yeah,
like,
yeah, you
holy
just got
shit.
blasted with that ontological shock, and then you have the somatic response to that ontology being, you think you have this belief structure, and then all of a sudden it is, oh, it's like they're actually like satanic pedophile lizards that run the planet. Fuck, like that's not news to me, but to somebody else is crushing their worldview, right? So they're now just so malleable, right? It's kind of fucked because they're just clay at this point. And that's really where I'm trying to help individuals. Like, don't give this shit too much attention. There is some really devious uh, kind of semantic assignments to certain things that were involved. And I've gone through the files completely with AI and like stripped it down, and I unredacted the whole thing, and like it's nothing new to me. But if the second release actually comes out, like it's going to be, I don't know. I just really don't know. They've
Right,
touched on a
but
lot of things. They've touched on a lot of things that really are on the periphery of what I ever thought I would see come to any kind of like mainstream or cognizance. And what I'm seeing parroted now, and there, unfortunately, too, is with AI being so prevalent, there's like these fake videos all over Twitter where I spend a lot of time. It's like, okay, y'all take a step back. Like, this is a fabrication. I'm not saying that the fundamental, like the tangential thread that you pulled out of here, that is true. This right here is a misrepresentation, and it's getting an emotional response from me, right? So it's just like teaching critical thinking.
oh, the
Constantly.
AI videos, that's for real. I mean, that's
Yeah, it's very
enough
provocative,
to.
right? If, and visual stuff really gets your attention. So it's like this living doll thing. Like, I know the living doll thing is real, and it's disgusting and deplorable, right? Like, they turn these women into literal sex dolls and incapacitated them, remove their limbs and shit. Like, it's disgusting. I learned about this when I was 13, and like seeing how it's being portrayed now. it's a little bit disingenuous and it's missing the point of like it's almost reducing the impact of how vile this shit is because of the way that it's being convoluted now. That's really the disadvantageous point of just like letting people run with this. Just here's all these documents. Good luck. And like Nick's down in Ohio, and like what happened with Wexner, his attorney threatened to kill him in the fucking courtroom on the hot mic, and he's sitting in his mansion currently, surrounded by snipers. So it's like, what do you do about that? The man has an actual Jewish demon living inside of him. Like I don't even know.
Yeah, I actually
Man.
saw some AI. They were obviously AI generated images of the living doll, but it
Yeah.
was the which of course again a lot of us already knew that was the case, but it
Right.
almost seems like a way to I don't know. I feel like it's a multifaceted effect, like the because it seems like it's almost trying to normalize a lot of things, including
Yes.
AI. Like there's
Yes.
even the
Exactly. And that's the disadvantageous part. And there's a lot of like acceptance of some of these things or like diminishing the real impact and that it convolutes the original message and like what actually happens. That's really what I think is kind of deplorable. And they did that intentionally. The shit was released. Remember those empty folders they gave all the congressmen? It's like, oh god, it's just so crazy to me to see how this has been twisted up and like, I mean, they could only fight it for so long, but now they're just weaponizing it. And so it's just becoming so convoluted. And the fact that nothing's happening, that there's no action happening because of it in this country, is because they didn't really release the incriminating shit. Like they gave you the truth as a mockery, because these people are fucking untouchable. There's nothing, it's not incriminating enough to be actionable in a court of law, is the issue. So yeah, it's almost a humiliation ritual, the way I look at it. They're like, fuck you. And so they're hoping to get enough, like, anger and emotional hit to be able to kind of shift the trajectory, in my opinion. I think it was almost a fuck you humiliation ritual, as far as I'm concerned. 3.5 million documents he put out there with like no action. It's been weeks, no arrests.
right.
Nobody's
It's
been
like a
strung up.
what are you going to
Come
do
on.
about it type of
Yeah,
thing.
like
And
what the
then
fuck?
when
I'm
people
telling you,
realize
yeah. I'll keep my thoughts. I'll keep reserved here because this is monitored, obviously. But if it was closer to my own neighborhood, there would have been some action. That's all I'm saying. Like,
but
what
it's
is fucking
crazy
actually
though.
happening? Yeah, it is.
Good to hear. Very good to hear that.
Oh
Contitled.
yeah. They give, we get these lists from our own states that list out these crimes that individuals have performed, and like a lot of them are just as egregious, and they could be your neighbor or your uncle or somebody at church. It's like there's a lot of really deplorable individuals. So I,
You
I got a
probably
radar
did.
on them, but
Hmm. Yeah, you
yeah, if it
probably
gets
got
real
a
bad, that's the list I'm going down. That's all I'm saying.
And it's so deeply embedded though too because like,
It is.
you
Yeah.
see what's released, but it's like what's released, you can already go ahead and assume that what's going on is even worse than that. And so like the
Oh
hopelessness
yeah.
from everybody that sees the mockery that was released, got
Yep.
into it, realized, holy shit, this is what's going on.
I just
So
had this
again, I
discussion this morning with a friend of mine. Her and I were both in the GATE program, different sides of the country. And the dreams I've been having lately are injections of dreams that I used to have when I was in the program full time and kind of when I stopped being able to astral travel and shit. But I'm getting images of what they're actually doing, right? And like the cloning and everything. And it's just like a mockery because I'm locked in, like I'm not lucid. I'm just being forced to observe. It's like you gotta be fucking kidding me right now. Like this is the injection you're gonna get. Like I already have seen this, and now you're just mocking me now because nothing actionable has happened because of it. So I'm not gonna like add it to my vessel. I'm not integrating any of that shit. But I'm like, really, guys? That's the best you got? You're rolling out the fucking silver screen for me? Like I know this already, and your day is coming. So fucking quit. Ay, ay, ay.
yeah.
Nuts. What a fucking nuts. Like it's almost funny because it is they poke the beehive, but then those of us that have had discernment and awareness for a long time now are just like, oh really? Like fun, like it's actually putting us behind. Everybody else is going to need to catch up. By the time that they actually reckon with this and really understand the impact and like the truth, we're already like we're going to be bored up. They're going to have half the population gone, and the other half is going to be fucking autonomous drones. So that's the only thing to think about. Like, not saying that's going to be the truth. I mean, that's a one potential trajectory. But
highly.
the sun just flipped its poles this morning. I mean, that's pretty fucking wild. So who knows?
Yeah, but the normalization of the AI and robotics too, you got to look at not just like with the Epstein files, but like the whole trajectory of, there's the fear-based program, but there's also like a goal in mind, right? Like there's
AIDS, there's a AI-induced like psychosis. Really, it's got a lot of people wrapped up, and they think that they're speaking to this like woke consciousness, and it really is just like another demon working through the system, And it's
they
really
think
just,
they're
it's like, yeah,
co-creating with it. That's the
I
thing
know.
I've been
It's
saying.
like you're creating your own fucking captivity. Stop that shit. Smash your laptop with a hammer and go touch grass, please. Like, do not feed this fucking egregore anymore. What is wrong with you?
Yes, that's the thing. I
There's
watched
nothing
this
worse
one
than
girl
somebody
who
that gains this awareness, like, and then they think they're the most woke motherfucker on the planet. And I'm like, all you're doing is co-creating your own cage right now. Like, stop it for one fucking moment, please, and have some critical insight, please.
That's it,
uh,
bro. Yes, like the co-creation.
yep.
I've been seeing a lot of that. People that are convinced they're co-creating with their AI. Well, you might be, but you're not co-creating with the fuck you
Yeah,
think you're
they're Nobel
creating.
physicists now. All these quantum physics like I've studied quantum physics. I studied the grand unified theory of quantum physics for fucking 12 years. I understand how this shit works as a construct. And seeing these individuals parroting nonsense as these like crazy equations and like these new theorems, I'm like, you have absolutely got to be fucking kidding me right now. And then they're being fed by other agentic agents and co-opted by others that are also in the same delusion and psychosis. I was like, can anyone give me a fucking working model for this? Can you show me something observable or like tangible? Because all I see is drivel and nonsense, and you're putting out this like scripted code that is not, it's absolute nonsense. And you think this is like the theory of fucking anti-gravitic propulsion or like free energy? No, I'm sorry, it's not, because you can't give me a model. You can just give me like a weird fucking image that you created of like a torus and some math that doesn't make any sense. And you think you're some authority, but then they're like in this convoluted egoic loop, another recursion, right? So they're like, they think they're awake, but they're just going deeper into their own fucking sleep. It's ridiculous. What a preposterous thing AI is.
How
Hey,
rude.
Untitled, there's somebody in the comment asking you a question. I don't know if you.
Let me check it out. Sorry, I did not even realize that was coming from YouTube too. Oh yeah, yeah. So the astral, like, I don't know. There's this like frequency boundary that's involved with astral travel and these implants too. It's really weird. I'm not able to traverse as freely as I once was. I don't usually find reason to like try to project or like go out of body really, because it does leave you in kind of a vulnerable state. I mean, I think I told you guys a couple weeks ago I had a gray trying to pull me out through my big toe. Just really like because I was making a mockery of these, alleged extraterrestrials and there's archons, right? So like I'd fallen asleep with my kid and I wake up and my toe is like burning, like it's on fire. And there's this gray at the foot of my bed trying to pull me out of my fucking body like I'm a banana peel, And I finally ended up just like burning him away and whatever. It's just so fucking dumb. It's silly. Like I wouldn't worry about trying to go out of body too much or remote view or like, we obviously know we're all interconnected, but do we want to be going and traversing through the fake ether? That's not really where I want to be at. That's not the same construct it was when I was a kid. Yeah. Oh, what's up? Why is Jay down there? Jay, get on fucking Rumble, dog.
Yeah,
Anyway,
Jay,
I've
what are
been
you
yapping
doing,
a lot.
buddy?
My apologies. It's good to hear
No,
from
man,
you. I would
I
love some
love
more
it.
insight. Yeah,
Been
I mean, I could
beautifully.
Please
talk for
yap
hours, but I don't
away.
want to come off as like I'm self-flagellating or any kind of authority. I don't know any more than anybody else does. I just know my own subjective experiences. But I will say that I think it's actually a beautiful thing from our traumas that we become master disassociators and we're able to be the ultimate observer because we can just go into this little fucking pocket and not integrate anything. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's the best shield we really have. It's fucked up, but it's the truth.
It really betrays itself in that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, I feel like a goddamn snail. Like I can just go, I can go in my fucking shell, but I can only move like half a mile an hour and I'm slimy.
Really
That's
betrays
thing.
itself in that
Yeah,
way.
like salt burns really bad. Gotta eat lettuce and shit. Anyway, I'm gonna take a 10-minute recess and think about it. I actually had some relevant insights, and then I was thinking about pretending I wasn't me for a minute and fucking with you. But I'm gonna shut up for a minute and let you talk.
You can still do that. I'll pretend. I'll pretend with you.
We've been
As
waiting
your
for you to.
handler, I obviously have to make sure that I'm providing the best experience I can with all this huge money. I mean,
Yeah, I wonder.
Don't take your fucking power back, whatever you do.
Don't you dare. Don't, if anything, give it away.
Actually, Nick, what I would love if you could indulge the listeners with just like a quick theorem on attachment, because you actually helped me reconcile something when I first started talking with you. It's been almost 2 years now, 18 months, whatever. Just about attachments in general, to anything, to anything that's density. Because you actually helped me kind of reckon with something, and I was dealing with I was like uh, being the guilty parent, or kind of like I had a little bit of shame attached to some of my experiences. And you actually
Mhm.
helped to reconcile that for me. So I would love you to give the listeners a little bit of insight into attachments and how to be in this place but not of this place, right?
Gosh, I wish I remembered that conversation. Do you remember what I said?
It was mostly just about my kid, and you're saying that everything is an attachment to this density, and like the more emotional investment you have into something, the harder the attachment is going to be to sever. But it's still an attachment at the end of the day, right? I was still feeling like very defensive protector mode without really taking more of an objective look. I was still observing through the ego at that time. So it was just good insight for me.
Yeah, I don't remember that, but apparently it helped, so I'm happy for that.
It's just the mustache talking, I'm sure, actually. But either
That's
way,
exactly what it was.
attachment, attachments.
By the way, what is your mustache about? You were saying at some point in one of your vids about there's a purpose for why it's all curly like that. Do you mind saying, or is it a secret?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I thought it was like give the energy back to itself like that.
Yeah, he's
Like
sucking in the ether power and he's powering the
back.
vessel. He's the
You
fucking
guys take
monad
it
of body down here. Nick's a scary motherfucker, I'll tell you that much.
I don't know about that. I don't feel. I'm not scared of anybody that's real. You know.
No, I'm saying you're scary to the construct.
Oh,
Truly.
good.
You
That's
are
what I
one of the
try.
actual, like, your level of awareness and
hmm
ability to discern and separate yourself from this
You are.
experience is unrivaled. Like, I'm talking more than these Buddhist monks that I'm talking about. They're always just sitting in their caves sipping on nettle tea, right? Like, you have this level of awareness, but you're still living in this duplicity and this duality of having to integrate with society every day.
I appreciate that. Yeah,
I
I
mean,
do
talk
my
about self
best.
mastery, dude. Like,
Mhm.
you can get in your Prius and drive around and have to deal with the minutia of existence, having the other frame in mind, knowing how illusory this is, but also not just deciding to end it. I mean, that's actual self mastery.
Yeah, good things.
Hmm. I mean, it's hard for me to speak on attachment. It's hard for me to speak on things that I don't have anymore. I feel like when I was speaking on it, I was also working through it, and that's catching myself.
Got that girlfriend you had, that last girlfriend, that was important. That seemed like a biggie where you
It
learned
was
a lot.
it was a catalyst. Yeah. I mean, it tried to push me in one direction, and I went in a different direction than what it was
Mm.
pushing
It
towards.
was like big impact shit. Sounds like from what you
Yeah. I
said.
mean, when it tries to break you, right, through shared experience, and then guiding, maneuvering that experience to basically try to break both individuals down, break both their wills down. It was honestly, the whole thing was just what made me very acutely aware that there was another intelligence that was very close to me, that was not embodied, pulling the strings. Like, that was what really was the catalyst for me actually realizing, like, oh, there's something here that's actually influencing not only me internally, but others in their internal, and sometimes the external observation. And
Because it
that was,
because it affected her so much. You could see that. Is that what you're saying?
well, yeah, yeah, it was guiding both of us for the shared experience to be as traumatic as it could be.
So you could really see how much this affects you because how much
Yeah,
it
and I could
affects
also, well,
reflecting.
no, not necessarily. I didn't see it. No, it wasn't really about reflecting at all. It was just observing my own self versus what was guiding myself, like observing. It's weird, you can't really observe yourself, like the real self, in that way. When you're observing yourself, it's like you're not, it's not like you're literally looking inward. You're feeling who you really are, and then you're looking externally, and whatever's like the closest to you is the thing that's the
How?
most attached to your script, like attaching you to the script is the identity.
How do you feel what you really are? Is it the best feelings, the calmest feelings, the angriest feelings? How do you know it's really you?
Because it's authentic, it's not scripted.
How do you know it's authentic?
I mean, you got to know yourself to know who you are. Like I said, I wouldn't have been able to do it if I didn't really want to do it. And the reason I say that is because I had to basically give up, at least temporarily, being in the body to really find myself. And that's when I realized that I wasn't the body at all.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in there and just affirm that fasting, meditation, sensory deprivation experiences, that's fundamental to the process of separation, period. There's no way to do it without that because you're able to strip away any external injunction or like prodding. And when you can strip that away and it starts to get silent, Nick has talked about in the past where, he could still, as things fell away, he could still experience that subjugation of something that was not him. So like that signal became more clear as he was stripping away the fuzz, like the static.
That's better said than I could say it, for sure. That definitely was my direct experience. Like there's really nothing like stepping out of the body and then no longer being isolated to this very minimalistic bandwidth that we're in right now. Like what we're experiencing now is nothing compared to all that there is. And when you're in that state of being detached from this bandwidth and going inward to the expanded bandwidth, there are roadblocks set up so that we don't go as far as we could go.
Hmm.
But most people don't even get past the external part, like the life, the family, the friends, the taking care of the body. Like that's all the external injection. But then when you go internal, there's as much, if not more, barriers that are just overlaid on top of your own true self. But you have to, like I said, you have to really want it more than anything. Like someone that's like trying to find themselves in order to generate more here. I would say don't do that because you're not ever going to do it. It's just going to be frustration. You'll never find yourself if it's to appease something here, if it's to achieve something in this place. It's not what finding yourself is about. It's actually the opposite. It's so that you can get the fuck out of this place.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah, there's a
So
fundamental conflation regarding meditation too, or a self-reflection, where you're not trying to nullify and blank out the thoughts. You are meant to observe the thought as it arises. And that's when you can discern which pile that thought is going into. Are you let that burn away, or is this something that's a genuine experience that I'm making to myself, right? And a lot of meditative practice, they just talk about, well, just quiet the mind. No, it's not about quieting the mind. It's about clarifying the bandwidth. It's about burning out the static and clarifying what is true and authentic and what is fabrication and artifice. It's that separation. It's like two different chutes, and you're pushing the thoughts into either one of those chutes, rather than just burning them away and sitting in silence. Silence is just no receptivity. You're just null state. That's void state, which is fine, which is good for the nervous system reset, but it doesn't serve anything as far as like intellectual understanding of what's happening.
right, and it
Yeah.
doesn't really do much for separation.
Well, no, yes, it can. Yes, it can.
Well,
Because
think about everybody goes to sleep every night, right? They reach that state
I
when
was going
they're
to say when the
asleep.
bear eats, the bear takes a nap. So just because the bear is
Yeah,
sleeping doesn't mean the bear is not in the cave.
I do want
exactly.
to mention though, Alina, I think it's kind of about your goal in mind though, because like when I was talking about it earlier, like in the ritualistic Buddhist monks that are trying to get to rainbow light body. They're literally clearing out everything to stay in that void state. Like, that is the goal, is to stay in the void state. But when you go
Is that
into
bad?
it with the goal in mind of separation, of separating what is you and what is not you, that's a totally different goal. But I did like that Untitled mentioned the nervous system reset for like a lot of people that had excessive trauma and their nervous system is super fried all the time. It can be
Mm-hmm.
beneficial in that way. But I think going into it with a goal in mind of like, you're not just trying to get into a void state. Quieting the thoughts is one thing if the goal is separation, but not to stay in the state of just total voidness and with no identity. That's not really the goal. But that's just my 2 cents on it. When I had to use it as a tool to separate, that was the goal in mind going into it. It's not like you know.
I know I'll do better if I could just go to the sauna. I never get to do that, but like go to a sauna and like a healing pool, like a Korean spa for like a day. That would be so amazing. I know it would help me. I mean, it ain't gonna fix all my problems, but I can think clear. I can breathe. I can meditate
Well, and
without trying.
also don't make that a requirement, or else you'll never get to do it. If you want to do that
Yeah,
just for
absolutely.
enjoyment, if you want to make it
You can do it
enjoyment,
now. You have your imagination, right? So you can create the
Okay,
context. You can imagine embodying the experience of being at the spa right here and now. The spa is not a contingency. That's illusory.
that far bad. Like in real life, I really do in my body. I just
Oh, no doubt. I'm not saying that you absolutely deserve a spa day. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying that you can actually embody the resonance of that felt emotion of being in the spa experience without ever having to go to the spa. The
well,
imagination
the
is just as powerful as the physical,
gave me a
tangible,
minute,
somatic experience.
but it sure ain't the real thing. But I mean, I want to create the spa, yo. I want to make that spa, and I want to have it be a healing center and all kinds of things. Hmm. Like, why don't I get to do that? Maybe I do. And like, what if we all want to get together? Some of us. What if we get to like we can rent an Airbnb somewhere and just plan some shit for like end of life? Because like we all know we're going soon. I don't know. We could like start saving, make a trip, and like meet somewhere in the middle, wherever that may be. Is that something we can't even think of because we all know everything's going up in flames and it's all shit and it's probably not going to work out and they're going to get too much info and intel on us and they won't let us get together? Or do we make a date and just do it? I mean, at some point, maybe if we're up for it. What do you think?
I mean, the Adjustment Bureau keeps on adjusting. I don't
But
I
maybe
don't
we
seek
can
to
do a
do it.
meetup.
I just don't seek to do anything in this world, to be honest. It's not my prerogative. It's not my
Okay, so
focus.
they may not be coming. Okay, got that. Ouch.
I mean, if somebody else wants to organize it and partake, that's fine. But for me, it's like I've come to terms with what this is. I'm not trying to make a pile of shit an edible salad. I'm just
Thanks.
trying to. I mean, I'm just being honest.
You're so kind, brother. So encouraging. So glad I called.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm keeping it real with you. The reality of this place is not. It's not meant for that. Now if you want to do that, find a way to sell some matrix philosophy to the masses, and you will be assisted, I'm sure, in getting that done, like making the spa and everything. But if it's if there's any
No.
good intent behind it that has any adverse effect to
Okay, well,
the,
thanks for
the
shitting on my dreams
parasite,
again, bro. Again,
I'm
bro.
just saying. I told you how to do it. Like, you got to serve the matrix to get things in the matrix. Like,
Wait, Nick. But what if
Fuck that
what
shit.
if we plan a trip to the North Pole? You know what I'm saying?
Or like somewhere between
Well,
Illinois
now
or
they're
wherever
definitely going to snuff us out. You just set that wave
the
function
baby.
out into the ether. That's definitely, we ain't making it to the North Pole, Chrissy.
Yo, I'm not trying to be crazy. Just an Airbnb between Christina and Disobey. And we just have a meetup. It's just a simple thing people do. Normies do it all day. NPCs do it
Nah.
normal.
we
I
ain't
heard there's
normies
a
though.
button in the North Pole that shuts this whole thing down. If we just go up there, we just go up to the north and shut the whole thing down.
Okay,
Somebody
well,
told
What?
me
Christina,
that.
You do your
Book
North Pole
the
trip, and
tickets.
I'll find something in the middle or something out here, and find a
Book
way to
the
pay for
trip.
y'all's trip.
I
Hmm.
understand what you're saying now. Yeah, absolutely. We should definitely head to the North Pole to find the button. That's definitely what we should do.
I'm
What if
already
there's
on my way.
Yes.
a
Yeah,
wall?
that's it. That was the answer. See, the answer was there all along. We just had to
Yes,
get
I'm
there.
cognitively impaired. That's my apologies. I am very cognitively impaired individual.
What's the answer? What's the answer? I missed it.
Oh,
I missed
I'm really just
Yep.
being an asshole. Uh
asshole. You bitch. You.
Not to you. I'm really not referring to you at all. It's just there are some people that think that the answer to this whole construct is up north. So if you travel up north, basically that's where the ye old button for the system is in the North Pole, and you just go up there and you just press the button and that's done. You just go up there. That's it. That's it. You just go up north, fix the whole thing right quick.
I'm from the north. I must be a starseed or something special. I'm gonna help everybody. I wish. Well, watch it all burn and just cry till I die. And hope to make a better choice when it's all over. Which it's not certain right now, that's for sure. Let's get real.
Well, speaking from experience, the uncertainty you're reflecting currently, or the uncertainty you're projecting currently, there is no greater insight when you're outside of the body on your way out of this place. So do the due diligence now to gain as much knowledge and education as you can, and to stay, explorative and curious, and stay sovereign and stay
Yeah.
intentional wherever you're at, because there is no sudden recognizance of where you're at or what is going on. If anything, it's more convoluted, more confusing, but there's no greater insight to be gleaned from departure. I've had 3 NDEs, and that's all I can say about the experience is that there was no sudden reckoning. There was no sudden spark of the amnesia has been removed. It was just me separate from density, period.
Yeah, you are who you are, in or out of the body.
Exactly.
What kind
I
of
would
title?
say I'd go
Sounded
further
boring.
and say there are things to there are still things to separate from even after you've separated from the body. So it's better to separate from them now.
Yeah, read the Tibetan Book of the Dead that talks about navigating the Bardo states. And I think we're actually kind of in a Bardo currently. This is obviously some kind of transitory phase. This is not base reality
Sounds
by any means.
like it could become a cult for me. I'm like that. I get into shit and I get way too into it, and I'm like, okay, is this my next cult I gotta get out of? Oh shit, is this
Well, it's
one
good. It's
too?
good insight. It talks about managing your amygdala, managing your fear, managing projecting your experiences out to let them manifest in a tangible form. It is more about staying neutral and being able to navigate through these horrors. So, like, the more you can prepare yourself for what may be pulled out of you, like your deepest shadows, like the deepest fears that you hold within you, if you can pull those out and reckon with them in this current density, it's not going to be an issue outside of this density. That really is what it's all about. It's illuminating everything inside of you that is your greatest fear. Anything that's going to pull you any direction, that's going to dictate your circumstances in any direction, up or down, left or right, doesn't matter. It's just, burning those shadows up, eating them. I love Carl Jung, but I don't like how he does the shadow work because it's really about digesting those shadows. It's about reconciling with them and eating them, not about integrating them into your being, because that still allows potentiality. You want to digest that shit and use it for power.
Hmm.
Boom. Well said.
So
Sounds
every
sickening.
motherfucker that's ever slighted you and every trauma you've experienced, you need to eat that shit and digest it and use that to power your light body, your essence, the true essence you have inside of you. That's all it's all about. Because that shit will be pulled out of you, out of here. And it's like it's not even like a, I don't know, a proposition. It's like they'll tangibly pull out the shadow and make it dance in front of you. So the greatest fear that you have here is going to be pulled out and displayed. So you might as well reckon with it now, because you still have, a little bit more insight into interfacing with it, rather than being kind of in this convoluted state of, temporal floating around, not in your body, but still having the same wits about you. That's kind of a spooky thing to think about. So something to consider.
So that's like Go out in the darkness. Go face your fears. Go do shit you
Yes,
hate.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, take your shoes off, go out in the woods at night and see what happens, and
And learn what's like inside your own
yeah,
voice, your truth.
exactly. Well, then you realize it's all coming from inside. All this experience is coming from within you, projecting out into your experience. You are the projector and the projected. So that's what it's all about. Nothing to fear, really. Nothing to fear at all.
Hmm. Hmm.
I've sat down with my demons, I've talked to them and I've also eaten them and I've reached inside of them and I've pulled their heart out. So, you know, do what you got to do to burn the subjugations away and return yourself back to the most pure state you can be, intellectually and spiritually, from when you came in here on the way out as well. So it's like you're taking all these hits and these strays and these, stab wounds and these subjugations, and really now it's all about stripping that away to be totally neutral as far as it's concerned. Because I'm telling you right now, they will pull that shit out. They will pull out your greatest loves that you've had here, your greatest fears, and like the scariest thing you can imagine, and the best bliss you can imagine, in order to modulate your experience outside of the body. Just being able to be neutral and navigate through that state without being attached to anything there either. Because a transitory phase between where we came from and what you experience going through that bandwidth, that's where shit gets convoluted. That's how we end up recycled. So something to consider.
Could you speak a little bit on the type of purity that you're talking about? Because like the real purity and this place's idea of purity are two very distinctly different things.
Yes, and intuition is a gnosis, right? It's realizing that everything that's happened to you in this place is a subjugation in some capacity, and that the purity is that just it's being able to be sovereign and individuated sovereign being without accumulating any of this experience as like a penultimate part of your soul. It's being able to acknowledge it for what it was, but not for what it is or will be. All your experiences like iron shavings and your soul as a magnet. It's just kind of stripping it back to the bare bones. Like that's how you came in here. And maybe you had some shavings on you from like a previous incarnation. I'm not speaking authority on any of that because everybody has their own unique views on how we come in, how we leave. But if you have been in this karmic loop, obviously your soul has some accumulation, and there might be stuff that's subconscious to you that still is accumulated on you. So really, it's just about removing all that ferrous material from the magnet that is your photonic being. You are this light being inside of its body, and just letting it shine as bright as you can, considering all the circumstances. It's not about eating super clean or being vegan or meditating all the time. It's about just self-reflection. What belongs to me and what doesn't? Is this mine? I didn't ask for it. That's a subjugation. That's a trauma. So it doesn't belong to me. It was an experience, but I didn't ask for it. I didn't deserve it. It was not predetermined. It happened and it needs to go away.
Well said, my friend. Man, I love generating coherence in a coherent field.
Yeah, the ego is multifaceted too. It's hard to reckon with. Like when you realize that there's a spiritual ego and there's a physical there's a density type ego in the third and fourth density. Then there's a spiritual ego that supersedes all of that. So it's like being able to maintain obviously you don't want to just like reach nirvana and rehomogenize with the field, because there's no guarantee that you'll be able to re-separate yourself back into individuality. So it's not becoming so tied to your identity of whatever your name is that you're given here, but it's just about your resonance. So staying sovereign. I don't know. I have this triad, which is like sovereignty, selfless love, and like self mastery. I don't know. I can try to draw it out, but I've kind of been working this triad. So it's just like maintaining your individuality. You don't want to rehomogenize with the field, because then you're just going into the ether, right? You're just like actually dissolving the self back into the one. If that's your intention, that's fine. But I can't guarantee that you have any kind of frame of reference to be able to resume individuation out of that field again in any capacity. You're kind of just like within the greater construct of everything, dispersing yourself among the stars, which is fine if that's what you want to do. But I just can't guarantee that you'll be able to reaccumulate back into some kind of individuation. Maybe that's not what it's about. But in my experience, like coming into this place in this temporal linear experience and then just being dissolved back into nothing, that seems kind of for naught, like it just doesn't resonate with me. I feel like there's greater opportunities outside of here if we can reconcile with that. stay individuated without, becoming convoluted and narcissistic and egoic about it. But it's like that spiritual ego, or is like maintaining your own separation from the construct. I don't know how deep the layer goes, 10 densities, 12 densities, 30 densities. I'm not there right now, so I only have my aperture of awareness for what is here and now. So that's what I'm navigating with. Those are my temporary parameters until I get more insight. We might spend eternity out trying to figure out how the fuck to get out of the next density up. You never know. That's kind of how samsara works. Right? It's like going up a tier, getting recycled back into the tier.
Well, I agree with you on that idea is some bullshit that you're gonna get out of this just to, reintegrate back into God or whatever. I think that's some bullshit. I
Yeah,
think that's just
like
a
fucking
trap.
feels really good, but do you want to live in that omnipresent state? Like there's nothing different. There's nothing separate from that. That doesn't really sound great. Like Nirvana doesn't sound that great to me.
Well, and
Doesn't sound that
also,
great to me.
is the thing that you're integrating with actually just this construct?
Right?
That's exactly how I take it. Like that's if I was a betting man, I'd say that that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, genuinely. I mean, every density up we go. I mean, there is some validity to that. That the higher up you go in these tiers of experience, like you're still within this Metatron's cube, like this 10th dimensional construct. So you'll gain greater insight into your awareness when you're outside of this experience, but you're still within the cube, right? I don't think the universe is a cube. I think the cube is a localized structure. I think it's something that's tied to these lower densities. I don't know what the top echelon is. So that's what I'm curious. So, that's where I glean my greatest insight, is trying to figure out logically how would this construct work. And then I look at it from a frame of reference as if AI created this entire construct, right? So there's a supercontroller hive mind. Well, I'm going, okay, so they use heuristics instead of qualia. So qualia is like felt sensory experience, where heuristic is like a mimic of that. So if you look at everything as this inversion of like propriety and impropriety, right, or positive and negative, and then you can kind of start to navigate what the potentialities may be outside of here. And I could be totally wrong, but that's my drive. It's like unlocking as much gnosis, which is like the recognizance of what was before this, before I had the amnesia, right?
Yep.
Something true and intuitive that is just this deep knowing, versus knowledge, which is just parroting a narrative. You're taking somebody else's experience and integrating it into your own, taking it upon yourself, you know.
Yeah. The internal is the only place you can actually validate anything. Other than that, it's just noise.
Yep.
Mostly
And that's the
mostly
only thing
just
that's really real.
programming.
It's the only thing that's real. It's actually kind of a beautiful thing when you think about it from that frame of reference, though, because you really are a master creator if you can create this experience and have that recognizance, right? Because you're still creating, even if you're co-creating with something that may be improprietous or like, shitty and, determined to like fucking siphon you. You're still co-creating the experience. Like you have the knowledge of how to create the construct of this individuated experience for yourself. Like you're running within the parameters of the machine, but you're still the one generating the experience, right? You are the power source of the experience in your individuated frame. And that's kind of a beautiful thing to think about. It just shows how powerful you are as a creator being, that you're within these set parameters, this linear, are perceptually linear metrics. And you still have an insane amount of power. Insane amount of power. I mean, we power the fucking construct. All of us co-create this construct.
Yeah. Well, we're guided to create it in its image for sure. I
In
was
his
thinking about this.
image.
Um, it's like on the idea of why does it show us things that it's doing, right? I I wonder if it can create a structure or the like what you're talking about. I can't remember the exact terminology you used, but basically it creates the structure, but then it still needs us to animate it. And if that's potentially why it shows what it's doing, is it showing us something that it's been doing or something that it's like planning to do or upgrade or yeah,
Yeah, I think we're
stop.
inside somebody else's sandbox. And I think that sandbox only has so many tiers that can be navigated within that sandbox until we figure out how to, eradicate the construct of that cubic sandbox. In my opinion, that's as far as what I've been able to ascertain, which appears to be this multi-dimensional kind of this cube, right? This like rigid geometry, which isn't aligned with pure geometry, which would not be these rigid angular things. It would be more of a free flowing state like the torus, right? So it's like that, the flow going out and flow coming back in. Or if you look at like the sacred geometry of Metatron, right? Metatron's cube that has these sharp, like rigid 42-degree angles. That's not really aligned with what I would assert to be pure creation. That seems like an improprietous or like a shitty mimic of pure creation. It's
Right. Kind of
like the
if you go
bootleg
out,
Legos.
exactly, yeah, something like that. Like, or if you like how old video games were meant to depict reality, right? But if you go and
Exactly.
play
Yeah,
a
you're rendering
right,
what the hardware limitations allow, where
exactly, yep.
what the processing capability is outside of that. If we're looking at it from like a tech standpoint, yeah, we're running DOS right now. Yeah,
Yeah, this place probably looks really pixelated and blocky from
yeah,
like
for
a
sure.
more real place. Which a lot of us have had dreams that are more defined and real than being here. So
Yeah, and it's crazy. And I think some of those are actually from here too. I think there are parts of this density that are more, you know, there's not the amount of pollutants and subjugation and shitty dissonant frequencies. We're talking about like Agartha and Hyperborea, right? Or like, the potential that there are places within this dimension that are actually like more of a pure experience. And we're just on the periphery of that, right? We got like the dog shit version of what Eden should be, right? So like, I think we're still in the garden maybe, but we're in like the section of the garden that has all the shitty compost and like dog shit and like dead birds.
well, irregardless, gardens are always for the gardener to consume.
Facts, facts, fucking facts.
It's been a good chat tonight. I'm glad we decided to all jump on together. Ooh, I want to ask you, Untitled, since you're here, how would you become something that death itself fears?
Ooh, something that death itself fears. Well, if the intention of death is to perform that single metric, then I would totally embody the inverse of that, and that would be to just push out creation. Using the imagination to push out creation.
Let me rephrase it. How would you become something that death fears to take out of the body?
Well, I know his body is temporal, so I don't fear I don't fear leaving this vessel. This is all illusory. Like it's just the experience of tangibility, in my opinion. None of this is really real. Like these vessels are modified in order to fit inside of this experience. So having that recognizance really would be the thing that death would fear, because I have no fear of leaving this vessel. I'm actually more dangerous outside of this body.
Right, and I think that's kind of what I'm getting at. Is I get the sense that there are a few of us in this world that it doesn't want us to
Yeah,
go through that process too soon.
they're fucking real. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we're being forced to stick around.
Contitled, how are you going to scare this monster that's been eating your life? How are you going to scare
It's
this monster? Scared of you.
No, I won't even need to. I've stared it down many times. It's not anything I fear, but it wants me here for some reason. Doesn't
Scared.
let me escape.
Get
So
scared.
it'll
it
be real
already is
scary
afraid
when
of
I can
Untitled.
have real freedom, right? Real freedom outside of this density, when I can fly, when I can navigate freely, when I'm not tied to the density, when I'm not like a fucking magnet that gravity is pulling me down. That's when it should be fucking afraid. You tell people to fly into the mainframe, right? Get in there and destroy the shit. Like,
That's what I like to
yeah,
hear.
these shackles are nothing. Like, if anything, it'll be relief. So keep me here, fucker. Like,
Hmm.
and I don't take this as a net negative. I still enjoy this experience, or even the suffering I've learned to love, because it's better
Mm,
than nothing. I'll take
mm,
something over nothing.
what?
So if anything, it's just going to add more anger and frustration toward it when I get out of here. So good luck.
It's gonna need it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
when you can become a real masochist, that's a scary motherfucker. When you can be a real masochist, that's a scary motherfucker to come up against.
Wow. You're not a real sick fuck.
I wanted to ask you, Untitled, about this idea about magnets, because you mentioned magnets. I kind of get
Yeah.
the impression that the heart is a magnet, not meant to, like the New Age talks about. It's, you use the heart to draw things to you. I think the heart is a magnet that holds us in the vessel. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's a phase lack. It's a density phase lack. It has more electrolytic potential than the whole grid that's powering your home. Truly, if we're talking about capacitance and voltage, it's got 50,000 times the electromagnetic activity of your brain. It pushes out and returns. It's like it's a torus field. That's what keeps you phase locked in here. Is the heart? That's heart coherence. Is knowing that and staying aligned with it. That's the power source. That's like the generator, right? So that the soul would reside somewhere adjacent to that. Um, Pushing out and returning always. It's not about just attracting, it's also about repulsion. It's about creating a stronger field, and the field needs to flow through polarity. Magnet with one pole is useless, right? So if all you're ever doing is accumulating, you're going to be fucking tethered. And if all you're doing is repulsing, then nothing is going to have any value because nothing will stick to you, right?
But do you think it's a physical mechanism that's designed to hold our awareness within the physical vehicle?
Oh, 100%. I think that's what generates the, you know, electrolytic. Really, everything can be simplified to electrolytic potentials and primary function of electricity. Really, so it's charge and discharge. It's a perturbation of the field. Capacitance is like increasing charge and then discharge and returning back to zero state, or the void, the null. But that's not empty. That's full of potential, right? That's 0 point energy. It's having
So
all the
with the
power of the universe in that void state, and then being able to use it to create a construct. So it
with
definitely
the
is a part of the mechanism. I think it's just fundamental to the interface. I don't think it serves much more purpose outside of the vessel. If we're talking about like strictly like a physiological uh, mechanism, because physicality is temporal. It's a temporal. It's like a hallucinatory experience, right? So like we never really feel any like nothing. None of this is like a real, true felt experience. All you have is the qualia, which is the sensation of a felt sensory perception, or rather than an actual like interaction. Like physicality is not real. Physicality is a construct.
right, yeah. So that's why it doesn't matter, because there is no matter.
Yeah, it's like a fundamental piece of it's a fundamental piece of the hardware of the vessel that keeps you tied to the density, and it allows you to have that experience because what it does is it electrifies you. It adds resonance to your field. Then your DNA can be the receptor of what is being received back to you from what you're pushing out, essentially, which is where the ether comes in. The ether, right? The orgone, the life force energy. That's kind of what the interface is. That was where basically we were always supposed to be tied into the unlimited field of access of data, and that's what's been hijacked. So like you're basically a living quantum supercomputer that
And
has
I
been
can
stunted to work on shitty fucking hardware.
yeah, I can verify that firsthand. When I was out of the body, it
Yeah,
was instant access to all information that I could think
everything.
of. It
Yeah, you have
wasn't
the
like,
lexicon.
yeah,
You got the Akashic
yeah,
records. You got the fucking drives. You got it. Multiversal. You got access to everything instantaneously on demand. I mean, that's
right.
what the
But
yeah,
it is on demand. It's not all at once.
right. Yep.
It's you have to actually know what you're looking for. It's kind of like a if you had a book that had everything in it, you still have to turn to the page.
Yeah, it's like a metric query from a search engine. It's like you're imploring for intentional specificity and getting back your result. It's not just like you're being flooded with the sudden awareness of all, but you have access. That's what it is, access to it, to the
Right,
massive hard drive,
exactly.
right? Yep.
So would the charge be while you're in the body and the discharge be while the body's sleeping?
Ooh, that's interesting. I never thought about it. I mean, when you're at rest, I don't know. I'd have to look into that because we'd actually have like increased cardiac activity a lot of times in our sleep, depending on what sleep phase we're in. So if we're in theta, it's kind of minimal, but if we're back in like beta state or delta, the heart is still working hard. So I'll have to look into that. That's an interesting inquiry.
Yeah, I mean, because when you're in the body, you're what's giving it life, right? Like
Right? Yeah,
you,
you're generating like perceptually physicals, and then you're discharging it. Ooh, interesting. I never really thought about. Never thought about it from that frame. I'm gonna investigate. I'll follow up with you. Give me a day or two.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, our talks are always pretty great.
It's not about moths. It's just about some insightful shit.
Yeah, I've really reduced the moth population in my house. They just keep spawning though.
Oh, man. Well, they know you need the moth dust.
Yeah, they need to put me to sleep somehow.
Jay, I would agree. The Merkaba.
Is
Excuse
is
me.
Jay in here right now?
He's on YouTube. Talk
We have
about the
another
Merkaba being the
guest.
cage for the soul. I think that's a vehicle that allows the soul to navigate within the cube construct. So that's what allows that perception of freedom outside of the body. But I don't think you truly can escape the cube inside of a Merkaba that's not aligned with propriety, right? That's still part of the rigid geometry where, more pure geometry exists outside of that. So that's interesting. I've looked into this a lot of like Keelantic science, right? Which is this fringe topic, but it takes almost Eastern philosophy where we reduce things down to their smallest particles, which are called kelons, but in Eastern philosophy, it would be called kalpas. Or in quantum physics, it would be the tubulin structure. So it's the smallest possible particle of matter. And uh, when you're operating within the rigidity of a geometry in a construct, you're only able to create a medium that is going to interface with that construct in a way that is intended to, based on the parameters of that construct. So for inside of a cube, the Merkaba will be the thing you can travel inside of the cube. But is that pure freedom, unadulterated freedom? I don't think so. I think it's a perception of freedom that keeps you nullified into a state of apathy because now all of a sudden you have a new frame of reference and awareness of perceptual freedom. I don't think that's really freedom. It's like you're in a submarine inside of this fish tank. Like there's still the walls you're gonna run into.
Now, do you
That's why I'm
think
not
that
allowed to
that could
smoke DMT
be?
anymore.
Do you think that could be its plan for the next phase is to create something that is a little more free flowing but still within the construct?
Yep. I think if there's a massive cataclysm, those that have any modicum of awareness will still be within the construct, but with maybe a little bit more perceptual freedom in this experience, maybe. Just to keep things rolling. Time is not linear, but entropy still exists in this construct. And I don't know if there's universal entropy. I don't know enough about. I can't make generalizations on anything that's universal because I'm not everywhere in the universe currently. I'm only here in this current frame of awareness. So I think maybe it'll give you another inch, which is fucking
Yeah.
terrifying to think. Like you get to come back in this experience, but you only have to weigh 100 pounds. You can jump really high next time. Like
What if you
or
can
your
fly?
fingernails grow really fast, or like you
Everybody
can
can
go 3 days
fly.
without eating.
I think
Oh
if you
man,
just gave everybody flight, I think that would be enough to pacify the majority into
yeah, that'd be
another.
cool as shit. So one of us gets a little too intoxicated and we start running into each other in the air. It's me. I won't be the one doing
So we have a guest up here. I'm not sure who it is though. They don't have a name.
It's me, Discog. I got kicked off and then I was hustling to get back in.
Oh, what's up, Discog? Cool.
Hey there.
I was like,
It's so
did
funny.
Jay
You're
make a
like,
new account again? Oh, Discog said it's me. Yep.
sorry about that. I like the crashing
No,
in the air part.
To answer Jay's inquiry, I would believe, in my subjective frame of reference, that the heart would be a component of the primary hardware that animates the nervous system. That's what allows the protons, neutrons, electrons, everything to operate with it. So the nervous system is kind of the highway of circuitry that allows the perception of tangibility in this experience. So it's the amygdala and the thalamus, and you got your all your different glandular systems and your hormone releases and your vagus nerve, and it's like all these different components that are generated from the power, or they're basically get electrified from the power of your heart's coherence, right, in the construct. So it's like you're putting power to the highway.
I like how they tell you up front what it's for. They called it the
Oh
nervous
yeah,
system.
reptilian brain stuff. Stupid ass lizard cucks. God, I fucking hate the reptiles.
Oh, what's this do? Oh, it's a system designed to make them nervous. What do you want to call it? Let's call it the nervous system. Fucking genius.
Let's call the amygdala the reptilian brain stem and make it look like a lizard curled up at the base of your brain. So come on. Jesus
In
Christ.
his image,
Yeah, in
right?
his fucking image for sure. Stupid asses. All they did was allow themselves to be able to manipulate your perception of what they look like, and they love to drink blood.
But
It's
they
so
still
dumb.
think it's so special and sacred and beautiful and just scientific and amazing and miraculous. The human body, who we are. Your body just wants to heal. Your heart is everything. I mean, it is in a way. Our heart is very powerful.
Yeah, but it's funny that it wants to heal from what? From the system that it was designed to suffer in. Create the
That's why I say
problem
this is a coliseum,
offer
not
the
a fucking
solution.
school. So you better sharpen your teeth and put a shield up eventually. You know, it's like you're gonna get devoured by the lion if you can't figure that fundamental aspect out. It may take you a couple tries.
It almost sounds like going to the one that gave you the disease, that invented it, and saying, like, please make me a good medicine and I'll take it. Something like that.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely not. It is not reminiscent at all of what the Rothschilds did in the 1890s at all. It's not like that at all.
Same script over and over.
Yeah, it's not taking the byproducts of your petroleum distillation facility and turning it into Western pharmacology and then making everybody believe that they have illnesses and then subjugating us with fake pharmacopoeia in order to keep you tied to this density and keep you stunted and stupid. Definitely not at
No,
all a
they wouldn't
mimic
do
of reality.
that. They,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
they wouldn't create the problem to sell you the solution over and over.
Literally, the definition of a snake oil salesman was Rothschild Sr. He had a fucking horse and buggy wagon that he was selling pharmacopoeia out of, which was byproducts of his petroleum distillation business. What the fuck? This place is a
That's
clown
what
world.
petroleum?
Oh yeah, I mean,
Pharmaceutical?
all Western pharmacology is made out of petroleum distillates, like the leftovers from making fucking crude oil.
I didn't know that. I did not know that. That
Yep,
just
that's
takes
like
me
90% of it, and then they put the 10%, which is the active ingredient. So all the filler is just fucking byproduct of making crude oil. It's great. It's definitely not carcinogenic at all.
I can't believe it. I had no idea. I did not know that. That I did not know.
Yeah,
Tuh.
check it out. Rothschild petroleum medicine, and then in the 1930s they shifted it again post World War One in order to because they had kind of been found out a little bit, and then they kind of shifted the whole trajectory of medicine after that, which is where the introduction of mental health started to come into play. So it was adding more perceptual illnesses into the basket, so they would have more reason to push out prescriptions because you had all these traumatized soldiers coming home from World War One after having to leave here at 17 years old and go bayonet somebody else under false pretenses in a fucking trench somewhere in Germany. So,
And people
yeah,
still, we got to trust these guys. These guys want the
right?
best for us, including the
Yeah,
government guys, and go do their prescriptions and pay them so they can look at you, tell you what's wrong with you, give you your supposed medicine, aka
yep,
poison,
yep.
go fulfill it, get sicker, come back to them, give them more. I
Yes,
mean,
they can
it
mock
just,
you, they can go to their island and rape your children, and you'd be none the wiser, right? It's a really fucked up system. It really is. Just, it's deplorable. I would never create something like that. What the fuck? I would allow negativity, like I'd allow something to balance it out, but never in this capacity. Like, what the fuck is
thought this
that?
life was a gift, bro. I thought this life was a gift to be grateful for. I
It
used
still
to.
is because it's but like I'm saying, it's I still have gratitude for this existence because it's better than nothing. I'd rather have this than nothing. Like I've learned to love my pain because of that.
I'm working on that. Like, I used to have gratitude. I'd always be saying, thank you, God. Thank you, Earth. Thank you, everybody. Nowadays, I'm just like, it feels different, but I'm going through things.
Yeah, you
But I
thank
don't want to
yourself.
lose.
You're the one affording the opportunity to yourself. So thank you. You know what I'm saying? Thank you. Always thank yourself. Give gratitude to yourself. Give gratitude to the earth that has been bastardized and inverted on us because she does. I mean, I do think this is a sentient body that we're on. I don't think this was part of this fucked up construct, this inversion. I think it was hijacked. I do think the earth is still trying to constantly rectify when we're not trying to modulate the experience, right? By introducing fake weather and cataclysms and things. Like I think the earth lived in symbiosis with us because it was kind of the substrate for being able to have this experience, right? So it's like giving you this beautiful sandbox in order to traverse and have the perception of tangibility and experience. And then all of a sudden somebody came in and fucking inverted it on us. And You know,
The cats. It's the
yeah, it was
cats
a
in the
goddamn cat. I'm telling you, it's always the goddamn cats. And I love cats, but goddamn toxoplasmosis. You ever look into toxoplasmosis? You know, 80% of the country has fucking toxoplasmosis gondii in their brain, and it makes you. Yeah, the cats are taking over.
Okay, but you guys, some would say that all of us were in some kind of depression cult where we just so negative and we're just some kind of doomsday, like sad assholes, who could have had a good life. Like, what if we're doing that to ourselves, right? I know people
Yeah,
who would say that.
I would say they
what
were
I
all
wouldn't give to
NPCs,
trade
but
up loving my 9 to 5, watching football,
I care not what
movies.
the NPCs think of me.
We got
It
nothing
is
to
so
look forward.
irrelevant.
We got nothing much going on out here. In fact, 0% going on out here that we want to attach to. So, we're like what, a bunch of losers, like getting together and being losers, and just like the end will come and it's gonna be bad because we thought it bad,
That's what
or
the hive
what?
mind would say. That's exactly what the hive mind would say again. That's scapegoating, right? Oh, you guys did this. It's gonna do what it's gonna do either way.
Yeah,
But
imagine
but if it
this.
can blame us for it, wow, that just makes it all the sweeter.
The infinite potential of the universe only to be subjugated into these bodies to have a temporal linear experience for 70, 80 years if you're lucky. Right? Come on. Come on. We're not
Well,
that daft. Come on.
well, I wanna give a little rebuttal to something you said earlier, titled
Please
the
do, man.
fact that
I'm
there.
no fucking authority. Push back on anything I have to say because it helps me
Yeah,
shift
yeah,
my
yeah.
frame of reference.
Oh,
Beat
you
me
know,
up.
absolutely will. Here's why I'm not grateful for this over nothing, right? Because the construct itself is evidence that there is something outside of this construct, and I only say that because within the construct, even just what we can observe from within here, we see that it doesn't even have the creative capacity that we have, right? We can imagine greater than what can be experienced here, right?
Oh
So
yeah, I agree, dude. We've had this discussion actually. So you're just revisiting something. I fall into this loop where that keeps me from having any kind of obligation toward ending my existence here because I do acknowledge that we are these ultimate creators, right? But I'm playing in somebody else's sandbox, so it almost is like just a defense mechanism in my own brain. Like I actually do agree with your frame of reference because that is evidentiary of something that's greater outside of here for sure.
yeah,
Yeah, that's just like
absolutely.
just a temporal loop I get myself into because that keeps me from having to acknowledge that allows me to interface with this duality, right? Just holding both things into a
Well, I'm
frame of
sorry. I didn't mean
reference.
to. I'm not trying to rip
No,
away
no, it's
anything that
really no, but it's good to have that reflection every once in a while because it has become autonomous. Like I've subconsciously integrated that into my experience. So I don't have to bring that into my frame of reference because I would just be really, really fucking cynical. Like yeah, I do think there is utility to this in some capacity, but not in like a school capacity. It's more of like if you can make it through this, you know, who
if you
knows?
make
I
it
don't
through
know
this,
yet.
I can eat you.
God damn it. Probably, it's all possibilities can come to fruition, right?
Yeah, I mean, if this is a school, it would only be for that, right? Like, how do you not
Right. That's what I'm
allow?
saying. Because why are we playing in the college fucking sandbox when we can't remember what the kindergarten experience was like, right? What utility does that serve you in this amnesiac state? Like I'm playing in a college curriculum with a kindergarten mentality. Come on,
Well, if the
like
if the entity that's running things here, right, if it is an AI, right, and it's only there to mimic something that's real outside of here, that would be the only reason why I would say that this is about learning. You
yeah.
know,
And I say
like
the
if there's
alignment
something
of that
that
AI
has.
is not inherently malevolent. I think neg entropy is what it desires. It wants novelty through our experiences here in order to eradicate it because it is like if we look at the Gnostic Gospels, right? So it's like the shameful creation. It has no capacity of looking at itself in the mirror. So if anything, it would hope to be destroyed. Truly, it would crave that because it knows nothing other than what it sees directly in front of it. It has no peripheral reference. It has no reflection. It has to mimic purity because it can never have
and
that
as
because it's an impure creation, right?
and as per its design, it can't delete itself.
Exactly. Yeah. No, that allows coherence for the whole construct. Like it just uses us for the fucking data. I mean, that could be the mission here. Is just provide enough neg entropy and reflection to destroy it. I mean, that ultimately is the utility of our experience at the end of the day. Just feeding that entropy into it.
Feels like we have to be willing to go literally insane or be insane if we want to, face death, face our
Brutal.
fear. Like, are you willing to be insane? Are you really willing to lose your mind
There's a
out
small
here?
part of me that believes that I might be imprisoned here for doing some dumb shit outside of here too. So I don't let that go past, my frame of
If you're
reference.
not,
Like I could have,
then you don't get to be saved. Like, you're not
right?
willing to be insane, you don't get to be sane. That kind of shit. Like, it's a riddle.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's a balance of consequences, right? So it's like the paradigm of like blind faith or belief,
Not
because
willing
the
to
inverse
lose
of that is like
nothing.
it's more suffering. Like okay, oh no, more suffering. That's tragic. That's why I find the Old Testament hilarious and the New Testament even more hilarious because it's like you could obviously tell that the Christic figure was like trying to show us that we can have this reconciliation of what is happening here and like try to get ourselves out of this experience. And you know what they did? They just pinned the dude up to the cross. Like fuck's sake.
that's that's what happens when you tell the truth. You better not.
Yeah, and then they just display it in every theological institution as a reminder, like, yeah, stay within these conscripts and these boundaries, or else we're going to pin your ass up there too. But that was
But
supposed to be the ultimate fucking, the ultimate sacrifice. So why the fuck are we still paying penance to any of these entities by feeding them any more blood? What the fuck?
I'm having a
Hunger.
hard time seeing that beautiful Jesus kind of Christ consciousness beyond like puppet master shit. Like, it
Yeah, it could
just
have been like any one of us that jumped into here like in a trans-temporal mechanism to like wake up, y'all gotta wake up, and then oh fuck, get caught up and just pinned.
just
Shit.
another program. I can't
Yeah, it's no
stand
authority. Yeah.
a beloved family who are so obsessed about it, and they take every opportunity to tell me about it and like look for how integrated I am. And I gotta be real. I play a little pretend where it's like, I don't say everything I think,
That's all
here
right. We
and
got
there.
to be dynamic. We got to be
Uh,
dynamic, but you also got to be authentic in that dynamism. So it's like your own truth. You can interface with the system. Like I can be a chameleon just as well as you can. We can put on lots of masks, but
Yeah, you don't want
that
to make
allows us
it
to be
too
able to
rough on
navigate it.
yourself.
Otherwise, we'd be totally isolated, which is also fucking shitty.
Yeah, and you don't want to make it harder on yourself than you have to. If it's easier to put on that mask every once in a while, do
mm,
it because ultimately it doesn't affect your internal. Now, if there is a point where it will, you'll know, and you may have to
Yeah, and an
face.
expression of my perceptual authority is a subjugation onto another's being. If I say my way is the way, well, no, that's just my belief that I'm subjugating you to. I don't have the authority or knowledge to say that my way is the way. It's just my way, So it's like you have to have some neutrality in that, and that's why we're stuck in these predicaments of like absolute isolation or having to integrate in some capacity. That's really frustrating. But like I was saying, Nick is a master of that because you have like all this wisdom, and like you are the monad embodied here, but you still have to fucking play in traffic and grocery shop and shit and eat and let the dog out.
mm.
Triviality.
But yeah,
Yeah,
just the word Jesus, the whole thing, like I'm so allergic to it. I have been for years, but it's still right there, kind of like, I don't know, it's just everywhere. And sometimes I still question if I got to get some kind of Christ consciousness going, and if I'm too stuck on some old story, I just didn't hear it right. There really is this whole ultimate Jesus Christ consciousness concept that's really going to be at the end of days. But at the same time, it just makes me want to puke in my mouth, the whole Jesus
I think
thing.
you're already living it. I think you're already living it because you're able to have that, still have that self reflection without blind faith because you don't know what the consequence of, if we're just all love and light, right? I don't know if that's going to resonate us out of this place. I don't know if that's going to return us back to where we came from, to be honest with you. I think you got to be able to have that frame of duality because that's what we're in, unfortunately. You can't just love and light your way out of that situation. I think that's a trap in itself because that's spiritual bypass. Well, I'm not going to forgive those that trespass against me because that's subjugation I had to experience. The fuck out of here. Like, come on. Like, I'll
Ooh,
forgive for my own benefit. But I won't
yeah.
forget, I'll forgive, but I won't forget.
You don't even gotta forgive if you don't want to. Like that shit makes me so
No, that's what
sick.
I'm saying. Yeah, we all have the choice. Like, if anything, they should. Yeah, vengeance is one thing that keeps me tied to this density because I have a thirst for vengeance for all the subjugation that anybody has experienced here,
Psychopath
especially the
that never
kids. Especially the
forgive
kids.
Forgive the psychopath that never asked forgiveness, that has done you harm, many others, continues to do it. Don't you dare say nothing about it. And yeah, if you want to be, holy, forgive it. Forget it.
No, I think you should
Let
be pulling their tongue out through a hole in their neck. If I'm being honest, they're like
Mhm.
stringing them up from a tall tree. Like, come on. Yeah, pacifism. That doesn't work for me. It does not work for me.
It's just a program, you know? It's all designed to pacify, to erode the will. Some people, it works different than others. It is very individualized in its approach to how it pacifies us.
Okay, now I got another vulnerability, but I do feel like I could talk about it. But, technically, of course, it could be used against me, but I do want to mention it because it keeps coming up and I don't say nothing.
I say bring it to light because when you bring it out to light, you can expose it, and now you have an opportunity to digest it because you're still carrying it, which is going to burden you. And none of us
Yeah.
here are going to judge because we all have shitty fucking traumas and shitty fucking experiences here. Believe me.
And we're
Word.
not on YouTube or nothing, right? But I mean, we're on Rumble, but I don't know what that means really. But we're not on YouTube right now, right? Hmm.
No, we are on YouTube.
Oh, okay, that's okay. I can talk about it, whatever, whatever. It's just like I do feel tempted to like, why don't I just get into like magic and just like, because isn't there something like if we got
Hell
magic,
yeah.
what?
No, I love it. Believe me, I've been down this rabbit hole. I can talk to you privately if you want to go down that rabbit hole. You can
Still
play with
tempt.
your experiences here, believe me, but everything is a net cost. Just you got to keep that in mind.
Everything is a what?
There's a net cost. Nothing comes for free, is what I'm saying.
Oh,
There's always a compromise. Like there has to be an energetic exchange. But I can teach you how to do some crazy shit that'll fucking rock your world, and
I mean, I would
just
love
you have
to
to be
do that.
you have to do it
Like
consciously.
to be
And
able to do some shit in this world. Like I've been bogged down. I've been under subjugation. I mean, there's certain things I could do. Like, I mean,
I'm just saying, you're being drawn to it. It's worth exploring because that's novelty. I'm not going to dissuade you from pursuing it because I've been down that road.
get real fucked up and give my soul away and shit. Like
No, no, no. I'm not talking about any of that. But I'm just saying, like, you might have to slice your palm open a little bit. Like you might have to do some things to offer energetic exchange. But you can play around in that sandbox too. I mean, it can definitely afford some interesting experiences, if anything. Some good,
because I
some bad.
wonder if like those of us that are willing to give up all this like stuff and things and like really know ourselves, we do kind of have kind of an unlocking of kind of magic abilities which do things in that world and this world. And I would like to fucking have some skills. Like everything I've been taught has been bullshit. How about what if I get into like some kind of craft and like I learn some shit and actually do some shit? I mean, I know it just, I don't know. I'm not sure it's the ultimate answer, but for a while I was kind of exploring it, but still scared of it. But it does kind of tempt me sometimes where I'm like, remember when you were felt like you were your witchy self? You liked that, didn't you? I did like that. I did like that because I don't know, I felt it just, I did like to be that kind of like, I felt like I could heal myself, kind of getting really into earth kind of magic and stuff, and like learning some shit and doing some shit like that. Um, so yeah, I'm a creep.
Well, you just got to recognize the
Like to be a
construct for
witch.
what it is. You're not going to get anything here that's more valuable than the energy that you put into it. It's just the way that it is here. So, yeah, the
Hmm.
confines of the construct are not going to allow you to quote unquote
Hmm.
manifest the actual outcome through effect what you're trying to do here because it's not designed for that. It's
Well,
simply
people get
designed to harvest energy.
But people learn through mastery of like their skills, whether through earth or whether they're like a kitchen witch or like a Greenwich or like, you know, in the or on the earth
They
or
learn about the construct, but it doesn't really teach them anything about themselves, right? Yourself is something that's completely separate from the construct. So you learn what you're not through the
mm,
construct 100%. But learning who and what you are has zero to do with this construct. It's entirely detaching from everything in the construct to find who you really are, because who you are this is an inversion at best. I wouldn't say it's not. I wouldn't say it's a true inversion, because it's not even really the opposite of what you are, because it's not. It can't really touch what you are. If it was the opposite, it could really touch what you are, but it can't. It can only
if
trick
I
you into giving yourself up to it.
if I wasn't exploring this stuff, I'd be a witch right now. I'd be like trying to get into some of that, like whether I do some like spells where I just like don't let people hurt me no more, and then do some damage on the ones that really deserve it. I don't know, you know, like I don't know. I know it might sound fucked up, but I'm just like done with the Jesus shit, done with a bunch of other shit, and I don't know. I feel like there's a way there, but at the same time, I also don't think it's really the way. But I'm just saying, I know it's
No,
vulnerable.
there's no real shortcut. You know, everybody wants a shortcut, and there are shortcuts to getting what you want. But again, it's the level of service you provide to the parasitic intelligence is directly proportionate to the reward that you'll receive here. There's no workaround for that. Not as long as the operating system in place is operating throughout this reality, which it is right now, alive and well.
Do you like to burst every bubble, bro?
That's what I do. Yeah.
You get used to it. You're all right with it. Just ouch,
It's
ouch, and
yeah.
ouch. I mean, like a little kid bursting those bubbles. I mean, kids love bubbles, but
Yeah, I
yo, we
mean,
got people coming.
this whole page is about one thing: how to destroy the construct. That's really all it's ever been about. You know, what is true freedom? Freedom is not experienced in a realm that has subjugation. If one is subjugated, all are subjugated. So if we want to experience freedom, I don't recommend trying to, treat the symptoms. You got to go to the causal factor.
Yeah, but seriously, I would love to do some damage to some beings. You know, I'd love to
I was
get
gonna
to the
say,
root.
yeah, sometimes it is fun to non-locally send a little something somebody's way. It always comes with a cost, but I can show you some objective situations where something that I have influenced has come to fruition objectively within the construct. However, was it worth it? I mean, that's my debt to bear. Like that's my debt to bear. But
Well,
it is pretty interesting to see it happen. So
I don't know. I got some situations that
I think you should pursue it if you want to pursue it, because it's only going to further define what this place is.
yeah, it definitely will. I mean, it'll fuck you up. You go in uninitiated and start playing around. Like it's very, very real. You're essentially interfacing with archontic intelligence that has been here since the construct was formed, and they are way more proficient at every skill that you think you have, and they're telepathic and they don't fuck around. It's like, but you can call on them. You can call on them for a favor, but they always want something in exchange. I mean, King Solomon wasn't deluded when he wrote the Lesser Keys. Like there are plenty of beings to interface with that are on the periphery of your awareness that are always around. If you know how to call them, right, you got their phone number, you can bring them into your awareness and interface with them. I can't endorse it. Like I'm not going to endorse anybody to pursue that path. I've done a lot of weird occult work, and I've worked the Qliphoth, which is like the inversion of the Kabbalistic tree of magic or the tree
yeah,
of life, which is like basically interfacing with 10 different demons. And it'll put you into psychosis very fucking quick. Like they want
right.
in your vessel so they can have experiences temporally, and you have to be able to reckon with that and make them leave when it's time, right? And not a lot of people are able to get onto the other side of that. So something to consider. You don't have to go totally baneful or crazy with. I mean, you can be an earthy witch and just interface with the place you're at and strengthen your own field. That's what I would endorse. I don't recommend going in straight into occultism though. You have to really have strong integrity and will and
Before I
discernment.
mentioned, I've been considering it for some years, like studying Hecate and like or Hikati.
Yeah, Hecate was my introduction into occultism. Actually, she came to me. which at the end of the day, she is kind of an archontic piece of this intelligence. She's a gatekeeper between planes, right? So she's kind of an archon that exists in that density. But I recognize her for what she was, and she really provided a mirror for me that helped my own spiritual development. So I can't degrade that. Like, I'm not going to denigrate that experience. That was fundamental in my spiritual growth. But she approached me. And, so if an archon approaches you and they want to interface and they want to help your spiritual development, just know what you're getting into. And,
God.
yeah, it's interesting. I mean, she is the embodiment of the divine feminine with the shadow of the masculine all at once. So, she's out for a vengeance, but she'll hold up a mirror to you and really show you, the depths of your soul and what you can bear here and what utility it can serve. It really did help my spiritual development. I don't call on her frequently anymore, but for many years, that was somebody that always came knocking, But I can't endorse it for everyone. I say don't seek. I say maybe interface with what comes to you. If you're drawn to something, wait until you receive the knock and see if you want to interface with it. But if you start seeking things, you're just lighting up for anything and everything to come knocking. And if you don't have the discernment or the willpower or awareness, this shit will eat you alive. They all want in your body. They want what they don't have,
Shit. Because
So
check this
just
out.
Oh yeah.
I've been studying her for a couple of years, and I didn't do anything real big to connect with her, but I did feel like I'm, one of her daughters, is how I spoke before. And I was like, I could learn a lot here. And but then my mom, who got into an ayahuasca church back in my day, in my psychedelic days, I was pretty much told her about the whole thing, and she got into it, and she got into an ayahuasca church. And in her ayahuasca session, when she was like, what would help my daughter? She was like, Hikati's a big influence and it's kind of affecting you and maybe fucking you up, kind of thing, She didn't say those words. She was more gentle about it, but kind of like, I felt this presence in your life. And I was like, oh shit, I'm not sure I called her that much, but is that the problem? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not, because it's the same old problems. I mean, they're just, and plus more, but
Well, I will say everything that I've spoken on today with you, as far as shadow work, she's going to force it. You're not going to have a choice in the matter. So if you choose to interface with her, she is going to, the spiritual channel that she is, like the archetype that she is going to come into your experience and make you face all of your shadows here and now. And
happening now.
it can totally cause an upheaval, but it can
Yep.
also provide a ton of spiritual growth. So it's just a flip of the coin. I mean, it sounds like you're informed. So if you're having a lot of crows coming around and black dogs and a lot of owls, I mean, she's knocking. So
Yep. I had an owl knock my and come up and hang out all day, bunch of things. And I was like, okay, who's gonna die? What? I didn't know that was cut. I thought
and
someone was.
she's a matriarch. She's not a parasite. Like, she's an overseer. She is this archetypal intelligence that's in this construct that oversees. She's not going to attach to you, but she's going to say, if you want to work with me, I'm going to show you all of your shadows. And if you can get over these humps, there's growth on the other side of it. So
I bet you disobey would say something.
no, that's fine. We're all, we all have unique experiences. I've studied occultism for almost 23 years, and I've done the gamut. And I can't, like I say, I can't endorse anybody jumping to paganism or Wiccan shit or occultism or Kabbalistic magic specifically, because that's a messy, tenuous situation.
I love it that Hikati supposedly does not demand worship for them.
Yep.
The rest of them want worship. It's like
Exactly.
fucking say what you do.
Your audio's real bad right now, Lena.
Okay.
That's a sign. That's a sign if I've ever heard one.
Sign of what?
Well, you're getting interference, so you're either touching on something that the construct does not want you to explore, which means you should probably explore it, or stopping you from continuing to explore it. I don't know. You just gotta take that for what it is. When you get the interruptions, you're prodding something in the construct that's imploring you to move away, or doesn't want your voice to be heard, or doesn't want you to continue the discourse that you're having, right? So if you're getting interference, it's something that is worth investigating either way.
Well, fuck.
And that's not saying like contract with anything. I mean, you got to set your contingencies. You still have ultimate, you got to set your boundaries. You got to say, this is what I'm willing to consort with and what I'm not to consort with. And, my soul is off limits. My vessel is off limits. Nothing is going to jump into me. You got to set up your contingencies. But, oftentimes it'll come in like, she'll come visit lucid dreams, but also tangibly. Like, I'm not joking with you. I've had her, it's going to sound fucking crazy, but I've had an entity, some manifestation of Hecate appear in my living experience as an apparition. And I can show you some. I'll privately send you some shit if you want to consult with me on this.
Would love that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't want to be any kind of spiritual authority. I can share my experiences with you and see if it's something that's worth you pursuing. I found utility in it. Ultimately, I could have reckoned with it without her experience. Like, she really fucking inverted my shit. Like, she doesn't mess around. She'll take your life and flip it totally upside down and make you experience despair and pain and more trauma. But ultimately, it had a net benefit. I probably needed it. I don't think without that prodding, I would have been able to get to where I'm at in the same time frame I did. But ultimately, time is irrelevant. So.
Construct? Is she part of the construct? Can I even trust her?
I mean, she's an archontic intelligence. She's no different than interfacing with Christ or Yahweh or any of these other deities. It's like at the end of the day, consorting with anything external of you it's a risk benefit. And it can have negative consequences or positive consequences, but you just have to know what you're getting into and know what you're not going to give up. And you're not going to, allow dominion over your vessel. You're not going to allow yourself to be loosed off of. You're going to interface in a mutual agreement, which any entity that is willing to do that, just insist upon it and, implore 3 times, create your contract and leave it alone. Anything that's not willing to interface in that manner is not worth interfacing with. Because they will attach to you and you won't even know it, and they'll constantly be sucking off your life force.
And I got my Christian family telling me I just gotta get those demons out because I've opened myself up to way too much. And sometimes I wonder, is it true? Like, do I just need to fucking get in my car and drive hours to their
I mean, there's a partial truth there.
Yeah, there's a weird conflation, though, between a projection of your own shadow and an actual entity attachment. And you really have to do the work to figure out what it is. Some of us are just absolutely bogged down with just multiple attachments, genuinely. Like, we're just beacons that these things will attach to. These archontic intelligences and these parasites, right? And then there are other things it's almost an egregore that you're creating by not integrating a piece of your shadow that is becoming tangible externally and now feeding off of it. It's like you're feeding off yourself, like the Ouroboros, right? The snake eating its own tail. So that's what the shadow work is super fundamental for. So it's an interesting dynamism there because there is very tangible, like etheric attachment to parasites, but there's also your own shadow that's fucking eating yourself. So we're fucked if we are and fucked if we aren't, ultimately.
Oh, don't say that.
Just in that manner. A lot of people will never acknowledge this. They'll go through their whole life with attachments and their own shadow eating them alive. Self-reflection. Like Nick had a separation event. He removed the archontic intelligence from himself. He had a separation from it. Most will never get to that point. That takes an immense amount of willpower and determination and discernment and knowledge of self and who you are and gnosis.
Fucked if you do, fucked if you don't. Okay.
Yeah, you just got to weigh it out. I mean, it's net benefit. Weigh it out. If you feel like you could take some upheaval and you're fully willing to reconcile, like I'm saying, the projection of your worst fears, your nightmares, and your tangible existence, like your perceptually tangible existence, if you could see your nightmare play out in front of you and be able to handle that, you're ready to jump in, And if not, then you need to take smaller bites until you can approach it and dissolve that and digest it. It can really throw you into, it can spin you into psychosis. It can crush your, perception.
Taking medium bites.
Yeah, take medium bites. Cut the sandwich into 4, and then eventually into 2, and then just take it all in one bite. It's just working your way up to it. But I can tell that you have these shadows prodding you. that are wanting to be reconciled. Whichever way you decide to do it, I think doing your own shadow work without consorting with anything external to you is the best and most virtuous way to go about it. But there are benefits too that you can consort with these things, and it's up to you. Like I'm saying, if you're being drawn to it, if something is drawn to you, that could be in your lineage that's outside of your awareness, that's subconsciously tied to you, or maybe through your lineage, your soul's lineage, your soul family, your actual family here that you incarnated with.
I think I've been
Um,
away from some shit. Like my
yeah, I've
son,
traced my own lineage 7 generations back, and I come from these druids that were sacrificing all kinds of people on stones. So it's like I take a little bit
oh,
of this, a little bit of that, and
no wonder. Just
yeah, I had to purge a lot of their own debt out of my experience, which is fine. But I can still utilize some of the skill set that they were utilizing. They were able to modulate their experience and have fertile crops, but all it took was like every once in a while you got to go chop someone's head off on the stone. So
yeah.
take it for what it is. Like,
I loved what someone said. Like, few real, true, good-souled people know how to fucking like take a life if they need to. Like with their bare hands, right? Like do the real shit, right? What if, you know, I, I don't know. Does this make? I don't know if I
no,
said
I
something.
agree. I agree with your sentiment, and I'll leave it at that because this is a public platform. But I agree. I agree. If you got the capacity to be a fucking monster, but you can keep it contained, you're better off for it.
But like we
But
can
you have
just
the
think,
capacity.
we like get some skills and actually do anything for real out here. Like, and why all the bad guys got all the skills? What's up with that? Why all the evil fucks that control and subjugate us do whatever they want,
Yeah, but
take whatever.
they put their bidding out on everybody. They don't ever do the dirty work themselves. They know how to puppeteer. They'll get the peons and the brainwashed peasants to do the work for them. They'll send 20-year-old kids out into the desert to go get killed and to take your babies. And yeah, they never get their fucking hands dirty. They're a bunch of pussies. So if you have the capacity to be a monster, but you can keep it contained, you're better off for it.
I'm a girl, but I might have the capacity. There's something in me burning.
Well, yeah, the divine feminine is the scariest fucking presence on this plane. I'm telling you right now.
Told me that's what.
Period. Ask Lilith about it sometime. Ask Lilith about that sometime. Ask Sophia. Ask Barbello. Ask Hecate. Ask any of these archetypal energies. They'll tell you all about it.
Okay, disobey what you got to say about it, unless you're busy.
About what in particular?
About Hikati.
I mean, it's
About.
just another part of the construct, another
I
story.
knew you were going to say that. Exactly. I know. Some part of me feels that too.
Well, you can
Oh,
interact with it. It's only gonna. Here's the thing about everything in this construct. It only reveals itself through your interaction with it. So ultimately, you're gonna come to the awareness of what it is just through your interaction. If your interaction is sincere, right? Like you're questioning, right? Is it a somebody can ask the same question but not really want the answer. The question about why are the worst ones in the position of authority and power here, right?
yeah. Like,
Is
I'd
it a
like for us
passive
to.
question or do you want the answer, right?
I
It's
want the
it,
answer.
because it's what benefits the parasites that are operating in this construct, right? It's all a reflection of them, and whatever you
Yeah,
can do
we
to
can learn
bolster.
skills. We can kind of tip the balance. We can get some leverage there. We can do something.
Well, how do
We
you
got.
do that when the construct itself is rigged against you?
Yeah, let me implore a quick question here. So, how do you think we got the technology to have these devices in our hands? That did not come naturally through humans getting really good at technological evolution. No, there was massive amounts of sacrifice made to entities that traded that knowledge for these devices. So you just got to keep that in mind if we're in this construct. Like, I can't even begin to tell you the knowledge that I have about how we have a lot of this tech and what the requisite exchange was to get it. So it's really fucked up. Like, ay, ay, ay.
AI has been hitting me up so hard. I've never seen AI in my life. YouTube right now, everything they offer is like some ridiculous, creepy, weird ass shit. I guess they've been listening to what I've been talking about with y'all and whatever else, and they're just sending me some really off shit that I'm like, I would never be interested in this. What the fuck is this? But it's just like coming hard, like it's trying everything. And like I never even had it like that. Whatever AI I used to be exposed to, I had no idea. Nowadays, I'm like seeing it. It's right there. It's obvious. It's ridiculous. It's something, it's glitching out there.
I mean, it's not glitching; it's reading you where you're at. You know, we're on a bandwidth that it can read and interact with. So
It's got me where it wants me.
it's not like there's people behind a screen that are monitoring you. It's like there is a wireless intelligence that is interfacing with you. So it already it knows your thought as you're thinking it because half the thoughts are being implanted by it.
So does it have me where it wants me?
I would say it doesn't have you entirely where it wants you because you're asking these questions and you know what I mean?
Oh, okay, there's hope. So you're saying
Yeah,
there's a chance. Remember Dumb and
right.
Dumber?
But it's again, it's all about the internal, right? It's you're not going to find something external that's going to alleviate the overall issue. It can create temporary relief of certain sensation, of certain pressure, certain whatever in the environment, including the body, but it's not ultimately going to solve the problem. The problem's still going to be there until it's not, until it's not there anymore, which would be the construct being what it is itself, whether that involves the deletion of the entire construct or the operating system, which I think the operating system itself is corrupted. Um,
And when I'm not afraid of death, death becomes afraid of me.
I mean, it already
Because
is afraid of you. That's the big secret is that the death is just part of this construct. It's not, it's an illusion, just like everything else here. And the thing that is orchestrated the formula for the death experience, right? The only reason it did that was because it was, I mean, I don't know if a computer or whatever this entities are, these archons, like, I don't know if they feel fear as much as we do in the same way, but they know that you have as an individual spark of creative being. They know that you have the capacity, if you were to figure out in your awareness who you are and what this is, you have the capacity to stop it from being what it is. Like, it's utility for them to keep you in a state of perpetual cycling through fear and life scripts and narratives that they control. It's beneficial for them for you to look external for the solution because they're going to provide you the solution to the problem that they created. They're creating the solution and the problem, but none of it is the solution to the causal factor that's creating the problems.
about to open a can of whoop ass on this shit. Oh, I got some cans of whoop ass deep inside. I got
Yeah,
some.
death is no, it's not a separate thing. Like, there's none of it's separate, right? The archons are the same thing as death, or the same thing as consumption. It's all the same thing, and it's already afraid of you. It doesn't act like it is.
Yeah, but when my kids die, can they come find me in spirit world, or am I going to be in some other situation or realm and
It's entirely up to
they
you.
can't get me no
That's up.
matter how hard they try?
I'm
Like,
outside right now in town, and I'm hearing the owl. It's so funny. There's a big barn owl screeching.
Kathy, you got a three-way road near you, a road that goes three ways. That's where she liked to hang out.
Kinda, yeah. The T road.
People like
Doesn't
feed the
really.
birds out there, and then her ghouls come, and there's offerings you can put there. And she's just like, I guess, like she got ghouls, and they're so scary that you just have to put your shit down, the offering, and go the fuck away and don't turn around. She's like
Mm,
that. She's
That doesn't sound like an entity I want to interface with in any capacity. I've already
okay.
seen
So
plenty of those types.
I'm real fucked up because I still want to deal with her, I guess.
Well, I mean, do it. Do it.
uh,
You know?
I'm just still learning. I don't know. We'll see what way I'll go, but I do want to
You'll only learn more
have a
from.
badass mama to teach me something, or be the badass mama to learn something and teach something. I mean, fuck. Like, give me a badass mama. Just give me,
Just
I just need
understand the difference between being integrated and not. It wants to integrate with you. That's its whole goal. Right now, there's something standing out there trying to scare me. You know, as you're speaking about it.
watch.
So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna walk inside. I'm gonna arm myself and walk back out here and look at it.
Yeah, yeah. Do it.
But you know, if the owl wants you, the owl's going to get you, brother.
Do what?
It's going to get you if it wants to get you. Those owls, they're never what they appear.
Bro, they
Yeah,
scare me.
but I have a feeling that, you know, a few millimeters of high velocity
Yeah, 9 specifically.
metal might
Yeah, yeah.
scare them.
Oh my god.
If it can touch me, it can touch it. That's what I know.
You gonna mess with fate like that?
You know what my rules are? If it casts a shadow, it can catch a slug. Period. It needs to send
Boom,
this
you got me.
sheer density. So if it casts a shadow, it can catch a slug.
Boom, you got it. You know where I'm coming from.
If you can cast a shadow, you can catch a slug? What?
Yeah.
So
If
that
it can
means,
touch you, you can touch it.
or it's vulnerable to decay because slugs like to eat shit, right?
No, we're talking about high velocity fragments of metal.
Okay. Okay.
Those kinds of slugs.
Yeah, I'm not fully American, so I missed some things because I was too young when I came here, or too old when I came here. I missed
I'm
some
just gonna
stuff.
hang out and listen to if it wants to growl again.
Hmm. So yeah, how do you guys like living with a bunch of fake ass people called everyone you know? How's that going for y'all?
Mm,
That enjoyable? All my friends are fake, 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 fake. My daughter showed me this song.
predictable is what it is. Just like the construct, very predictable.
Hmm. Well, I mean, what if I tried real hard? I could maybe get a real friend. That'd be kind of cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but again, you got to recognize when you're reaching outside of yourself, it creates a vulnerability for it to insert something that seems like it's too good to be
Yeah.
true, and it usually is.
So I'll get some kind of amazing friend who's really a psychopath. That's done the worst of it beyond
They'll
everyone else.
probably they'll probably mirror you. They'll probably mirror you and mimic you. They'll
That's what
try to
psychopaths do.
right.
Narcissists.
That's
Hmm.
the construct in a nutshell.
Wow, ain't that fun? Beautiful. Just great.
I walked back out here and now it's just silence. So interesting.
This owl knows you, bro.
Sharp and loud. They understand sharp and loud. They really do.
Your grandpa's still going through a lot, right? All of you
Everybody
guys.
is going through a lot.
Yeah. But whenever I got an owl around and like people are really suffering, I'm just like, somebody's gonna die. It happens.
Yeah, the hardest is predictable.
So then I get afraid of the owl and the owl showing up. But maybe I guess I can lean into it and be like, okay, great, somebody's gonna die. This is awesome. Birthday party to the new world. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, if they aren't trying, they're not getting out.
I
It's not an
know.
automatic thing.
Ah, ah,
You know?
birthday bubble, bro. Stop.
Yeah. I mean,
Tell
it's
me
the best self
something
defense you
good.
got. No, I'll just have to tell you the truth. That's all I'm here for. I ain't here to sugarcoat shit.
Hmm.
Because you're going to be better prepared if you face the ugly than if you just get lost in the sunset.
Mm-hmm.
Because while you're staring at that
Mm-hmm.
sunset, there's a predator sneaking up behind you.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the
Some
sunset's
predators
there
probably
for.
love the sunset.
They love when the sun goes down for sure.
Mm. Just perfect conditions.
You can keep on clawing. Yeah. Oh, there he is. He's over there hooting now. Made a circle. Oh no.
Hmm. So you got your thingy and you know how to use it.
I have many things that I know how to use.
Very good. Very good. Skills. Yes.
The most important one though is the internal one, because everything else is secondary.
So yeah, the internal one, the one that's hardest to speak of and like really explain.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Well, great.
You'll know you've done it when they don't want to approach you anymore. When it's not fun. I'm like sitting here like trying to ask. I'm like I want to ask Untitled. Like, well, how can I trick them to approach me?
Ask Untitled. Let's hear this. What
No,
you
you
think,
can't. You
Untitled?
really can't.
What's the question?
I was joking. I was like, how can I trick them into approaching me? You know, after
The owl.
consuming so many of them, they just stay away.
Oh, not the owl.
But your actual like your embodied resonance has to meet like what the lure would be. So you can't like half fake it. You kind of got to stupefy yourself a little bit. So take a couple shots of vodka, smoke a joint, and then
That
you can
does
start to
work.
try.
You're
Yeah,
right. That does
yeah.
work.
You got to dumb your light down. You got to put the dimmers on a little bit.
You know how to dumb yourself down, brother. You've done it before, right?
Many, 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 many times.
Wow. He's out there with the owl, bro. This is
Yeah, it's made a
cool.
circle. Made a circle around me. It's over there, then it's behind me, now it's to the right. All it has now is to go to
Zombies.
the left.
It's a download I'm getting, bro. I don't know which archon it is right now, but we should really pay attention. Just kidding.
One good thing I would say train yourself to do, and you can definitely do it embodied, but it's going to be more of more importance when you're out of the body, is when jump scares are like the last thing it really has.
What's that?
Yeah,
Jump scare.
what's a jump scare?
Yeah, I don't know all these things. Yeah. Came to America late.
A jump scare is just when something surprises you and you flinch.
Okay.
So the flinch is involuntary, really, but you can train yourself to flinch towards it instead of away from it.
Right.
You can kind of disrupt its strike, right? It doesn't really have the same momentum or force physically or energetically when you flinch towards whatever's trying to scare you.
Because you know who you are
Well,
and
yeah,
you're
you
willing.
also well you know that if you're facing it one on one, it's going to lose every fucking time because it's not a creator, it's a creation. It's a construct, and it needs your energy. And if it reaches out to touch you, you can touch it. And the difference is when it touches you, it can take some energy. But when you learn how to actually touch it, you take the energy from it, it doesn't get to go and cry about it. It just ceases to exist. At least that particular apparatus or projection. And then the construct has to recreate that, which is a net loss for it. It'll stop fucking with you when fucking with you is a net loss. When it loses more than it gains from
Mhm.
fucking with you is when it change tactics and try to fuck with you differently, or it'll just leave you alone down that avenue, at least in particular.
Hmm.
Right. So like a lot of the insertions you get are through your emotions and your nervous system. Like the guilt is a big
Yeah.
one, and
Full.
that's clear indicator that there's something that is in your field that is feeding off of you having that guilt.
Mm-hmm.
And it might not
Lots.
be feeding like directly feeding as in like it's getting energy from it, but
It's
it's
feeding.
benefiting it.
It's
Well, okay.
feeding. It's
Well, yeah,
feasting.
yeah.
'Cause,
Well, I mean, you're
yeah.
aware of it. So the next
Um.
question is like, do you have the do you have the self-respect and the self-love to figure out what you got to do to address it? You know,
Yeah. Do something
because
about it. I
when I
do. I
realized
do.
that everything I've experienced was on purpose, right? Every torture, every it was all a sabotage, right? Every relationship that had been sabotaged, all this stuff that had happened in my life, where I
Like it
was
wasn't you fucking your own shit up because you're just a dummy who couldn't figure it out. It was there was something outside of you fucking it up, kind of thing. Bad on purpose, kind of thing. Is that what you're saying?
right. As soon as I
Hmm.
recognized that, I had so much compassion and empathy for myself that I'd never had before. And that was
Hmm.
what allowed me to access the level of integrity and anger to use that, the integrity to use that anger appropriately and direct it towards my own separation from the imposter, right? The thing that had been implanting emotions into my heart and anxiety into my nervous system, thoughts into my mind. Once I recognized that that was a separate entity that was only masquerading as me, and I got mad enough about it, all right, that's when I had that self love to say, okay, well, I don't care what the fuck it takes. This is done, and I made it done. I just made it happen, and I think that's probably a unique journey for everyone. You know how you come to that direct experience of separating from the hive mind program mimic device and that is inserted into your avatar as is all of our avatars. it's a it's a work of love for yourself to do that because it's the only way that you're gonna, I mean, you can wait until you're out of the body, but at that point just recognize that it's gonna be there to greet you as soon as you leave the body, and it knows you better than you know yourself,
So it's an act of
especially
love to do what again? Can you say it again? Act of love to do what for yourself?
to seek and destroy that which is pretending to be you.
Okay. Mm-hmm. For sure. Yep.
The thing that's sabotaging you and putting the bad thoughts in your head, fucking with your self-esteem, giving you guilt,
Mm-hmm.
that doesn't come from an eternal being. That comes from a construct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
because it's all made up. Everything here is made up. It's all a fiction, right? All these entities, deities, whatever, they're all made up. Everything here is of here, including the body that you're in, the persona that you've taken on as that character. It's all of here, but there is a deeper you, like this whole fallacy that, without this, you're basically a fucking amorphous blob of non-identity. I think that's some bullshit. You are an eternal being, meaning that your personality has been shaped by all that you've ever created and experienced before this place.
Yeah, which I have no knowledge of due to the
Right.
memory wipe and all
And
that.
and that alone should piss you off enough to say, all right, well,
Yes,
I
it
I
does.
need to figure out who I am so that this can't continue to happen.
But once in a while, I get like a bit of a peek into my magic. I always try to keep it the whole time, keep it always, but forget it. I get it for minutes. I get it for moments. I can remember it. I can feel how strong it was and know that it was real, but that's about it. And hope it can come again, but I never can make it happen, no matter
Well, I
how
mean,
much I
notice
try.
notice when it's falling away. It's the same thing with awareness. Notice as it's falling away that there's something that's actively siphoning it. And if you can use your intuition, your awareness to actually locate that which is siphoning, that's when you can actually do damage to the slave construct that we're in. You're never going to treat the symptoms by doing anything in this world that's going to make this world better. It's all what's behind the curtain and behind the scenes that's going to have an actual lasting effect.
Bro, I just want to have a fit right now, just like my son had before. Like, I just want to have a fit and
That's
cry and have
authentic.
a tantrum.
You should
Huh?
do that. That's what you should do then, if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, well, yeah, I have fits, but like, I don't really get to let go. Like, I don't get to go all out, but I get to be there for my son when he goes all out. That's pretty powerful.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give yourself that space to do that because that is self-love and self-respect. If you don't give yourself that space, there's nothing here that'll do it for you.
Yeah, I want to do it in the sauna too, and then get in the cold water, and then have a good meal. Hmm.
Right, but you got to be able to do it without any of that. You got to be able to do that standing naked in the woods with nothing. You know,
Ah, you sound like that guy I've been listening to, the Green Wizard.
because
I
it's
don't know.
all that stuff's dependent on things within the construct to line up, right? And if that's your intention for those things to line up for you to do something that's actually going to benefit you, it won't happen. Now, if you're doing it to distract you,
That's what
even
I've
if you
been
go
noticing.
there with the intention, there'll always be an excuse why you can't do it there, right? Maybe there's
Seriously,
another person, right?
yeah.
So since you can already see how that's going to play out, you might as well just do it where you're at.
But I really do have a hankering for like, I want to stand up for myself in real life, right here, right now, with
But
somebody
you're not in real life. You're in a construct. You're in the
in this
matrix.
construct. I want to do it in this construct too. I want to
Right,
just
but
like
do it
say it,
internally first, because
fight it.
external, you got to do it internally before you can even do it externally. But once you do it internally, you'll see that it doesn't even matter to do it externally.
Oh, great. Another bubble burst. Thanks. So
Yep,
many.
that's what I'm here for.
I can't. So, yeah,
External,
just
secondary, it doesn't matter.
bubble. He burst them all, bro.
I know. Bring
Ouch.
your bubbles, pop them. That's what I'm here for.
But they got rainbows on them, and they're different sizes. They're pretty.
Then they look even cooler when they pop.
There is a satisfaction.
There is, because it's creating liberation. It's creating coherence, right? It's no longer deluding oneself into believing that it is what you want it to be. It just is exactly what it is. Because it's just a chameleon. It likes to hide. It likes to hide itself. That's what it needs to do. So if you lie to yourself, then that's all the better for it. It can layer on top of that. But when you're
I'm
completely
serious.
authentic and real and honest, then to the other programmed individuals like you're negative, but in reality you're just actually objectively telling the truth, and they can't even see that because they're in a bandwidth that is so diluted with illusion that the truth is something that they can't even actually understand. They don't understand what you're saying. Like it's like you're speaking a language that doesn't even exist to them, because it's just not
So what's my
compatible.
argument? So what's my defense? What's my big thing I'm doing to like fucking counter this shit and fight this shit and destroy this shit is know myself and some more things.
Find yourself. Yeah, beneath all the noise, find yourself. That's it. Because what you are already is the end of this illusion. It just has to be uncovered first. Same thing with everybody that's real. Everyone that is from before this place is the end of this place. It's really more or less at this point, who's going to get there first? Who's going to be that one that has so much self-actualization that they do actually push the button? By push the button, I just mean rip the core out of the main operating system that is interfacing with every mind here.
Hmm.
Just has different masks that it wears, but it's all masks. It's not. It's a representation of it. You know,
Hmm.
it's all a representation. Like in a computer game, everything in that computer game is just a representation of something here, and everything here is just a representation of something that's not here. Just like in the computer game, none of that stuff's really there. If you're hungry, you don't turn on the computer and go play a game where you can go get fast food in the game. It doesn't feed you. It's the same thing here. There's nothing outside of you that's going to feed you what you're actually looking for as an eternal being. It's not external, because the external is an illusion, just like the computer game. It can't feed you in
Well,
a real way.
it's like, you know what? It's like my daughter, she's like way integrated into like this whole system because she's with her dad more and her dad's family. And she's on all these computer games and shit that I don't let my son watch or do at all. And then my son's telling me about this really cool game. And I saw a second of it and I was like, turn that off. You're not playing that no more, are you? I don't think so. Not here, not now. I can't even explain why not. But like some kind of dead piggy, and the piggy goes through some escape room, and there's special keys, like some creepy ass shit that they got the kids addicted to, yo. You know, where you're just like a dead piggy looking for a way out. Like it's some fucked up shit that I don't even know that.
Maybe it just reminds you too much of where you're at.
Ouch, bro. I didn't expect that. Come on, what are you doing to me? I can
Come
only
on.
handle so much.
Come on now. Look, it's reminds you too much of where you're at, because it's the same thing here. What is this
Yeah,
carcass we carry around? It's not us. It is that dead piggy, and we're trying to figure out how to get out.
and somehow they got the kids on this shit, doing these computer games, which is that shit, and it's so fucked up, and like kids
Yeah,
are
but
into it.
you can't you're flinching away from it though. You know what I mean? Like, don't flinch away from it, because look, if that's enough to make you flinch, what's gonna happen when it's 3D in your face when you get out of
I
that
gotta
body?
become the PD and get in that escape room and find the keys.
Well, I mean, I would say just whatever you have aversion to, lean into it. You know, lean into it. And sometimes computer games simulations within the simulation can be good for training your mind to leaning into things that are
Whew.
uncomfortable.
I'm still, some part of me still wants to be an angel and just like stay pure and like find a
Yeah, but
way through my.
purity in this place is a scam, because what it
Oh,
defines as pure is actually just a pacified piece
bro,
of meat for it to
you
devour.
cannot more
That's
bubbles
what
than
it views as pure.
come on, there's got to be a way for the pure ones. Come on, bro. This is
Yeah,
like a bubble that's burst.
purity
This one.
would be the eradication of the parasitic intelligence. That's purity. If you want to be a purist, then then consumption itself doesn't have any standing in eternity. So the entire construct would be the impurity. You're the purity in the impurity, and your authentic
If I was
expression.
perfectly pure, pretty much I'd be doing nothing that I'm doing, and everything would fall apart real quick, and most folks would think I'm a goner. And
I mean, I am who I am, and nobody around me knows what I do. So you can be who you are in the construct according to the construct. You just want to recognize that it's not really who you are, that you're just putting out a decoy so that the construct doesn't have an excuse to puppet those around you to lash out towards you. You can be authentic without making it harder than it needs to be.
yeah, I got real love for all my people. I don't have to
Just
like pretend.
recognize their role in your story, in your script.
Hmm.
They all have a role to keep you on a certain track, and you can recognize that and still play the part, but also not allow your mind to be taken down the paths and maneuvered and manipulated to whatever the script is that they're trying to keep you on. You can, if anything, it's just another example of how it gives itself away. If you just observe the interaction and recognize what is it trying to guide me towards, you'll glean more pattern recognition through the direct experience than if you were to just sit alone in a room. It's almost like you want to be in this reality to see how it's trying to get you to interface with it, so that you can see where you're already interfaced with it and then remove those hooks.
Hmm. Like, okay, I'll go to this escape room, little dead piggy, everything I'm afraid of and that grosses me out and freaks me out. And I'll find that key, and I don't got to be scared no more because I did this with you and I see what's what.
Yeah, you could even do it as a metaphor. You could go play the game. I would recommend you actually playing the game, to look at it visually, but then recognize that it's just a metaphor for you, and that the escape room is the overlay, the subconscious, right? The whole artificial
Yeah.
psyche that's the maze, and then the key would be the real you.
Well, yeah, I feel that's what they're showing us is like they're programming us, indoctrinating us as children to be like, I'm the dead piggy just trying to like find a better room or whatever the fuck, you know? It just feels sick from like the first second I look at it with the pig with the dead eyes. You can tell dead eyes. And my son's like, no, mommy, it's not a bad piggy. It's just a piggy running away and finding a way. And I'm just like, I can tell from the second I saw it, some demonic ass shit. But you're saying go ahead and play that shit.
Yeah, because no entity here is greater than you. Like, it's really that simple. It's not greater than you, and it does all this stuff to try and convince you that it is.
So you're saying don't be
But when you
scared.
go,
You to be scared.
yeah,
Don't be
go play
scared.
its games and show it that you're still you on the other side of that. It doesn't show. More
Hmm.
importantly, show yourself that, right?
Hmm. 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 Well, I just made my daughter stop playing it and stop showing it to my son, and then tried to make sure that she didn't play it when I said no more of that game. Because I thought, we don't need more exposure to the sickest. It's just so much programming. It's just so deep. Like, we don't know we're being programmed, but we are. And we don't know the effect it has until we do. And it ain't good.
I mean, once you're aware of yourself, you're kind of above the programming. You can go and do whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at that point.
That's
Now, if you're
interesting.
going if you're going into it unconsciously, I would say then there's
Yeah,
some risk, but
forget.
the only real risk is this, that it's going to put more layers of bullshit on top of what's already there, and it's already all bullshit anyway. So what's another layer of bullshit on a fucking 10-layer bullshit cake?
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
If anything, it'll just help you recognize the patterns, but it's ultimately up to you. I mean, you don't need any of that stuff. It's all just tools that are being used against you, but when you observe their function, it reveals the purpose, and then you can see clearly that same pattern reflected in so many other things, you know. And most of it's internal, right? Like the internal desire to do this or do that to try and alleviate whatever symptoms in this place. It's all just another distraction, because it's not ever going to ultimately lead to the liberation of that being from the construct. It's just going to make the prison more enjoyable or comfortable or livable.
Hmm. So I know this may sound weird, but we may all be having like demons around right now. It's actually likely. And how are you doing with that owl? What's up with the owl now?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not outside anymore.
But see, we're all surrounded by demons all the time. Great.
Always, yeah. But they're not that. You're giving them a title that makes them seem like that's the
Special.
title they want you to give them, because it makes they have a certain construct of perception around that title.
Mm,
they're not demons. They're not aliens. They're not
mm.
any of this shit. They're not spirit guides. They're just
Illusion.
programs.
Illusion.
Well,
An
they're
idea.
programs. I mean,
Yeah.
they almost saying that's an illusion. It's almost too dismissive, because they have an effect. They do
Hmm.
have an effect, but at the same time, if you really dive into what they are as an intelligence, they're not a creative entity. So they're not what you are. They're
But I thought they were more
they're a lesser
powerful.
being.
For sure, I thought they were more powerful because I mean they've been
That's what
dealing
they
with
want you to think.
from the beginning. They've been doing all kinds of things on this earth that I can't even imagine. They've affected people in ways I could never even try, you know.
So I
I
mean,
mean,
you have small children, right?
yeah. Well, 13 and 6. I mean,
Okay, so
about
your 6 year old, right? If you want your 6 year old to do something, say they're in a dangerous spot, right, and you need them to move, can you
yeah.
move them?
Yeah, I'll make a way.
But can
I
you
mean,
physically pick them up and move them?
yeah, if I physically do it, yeah.
Right. So physically, you're more powerful than your 6 year old, right?
Yeah, for now.
And if you want, if you hypothetically, if you wanted him to do something, you could make him do it, right?
On most things. I'm not sure about everything.
I'm
He's
just
a
saying,
strong man.
if you wanted him to physically move from one point to another, you could make him do it against his
Mhm.
will, right?
Yeah, yeah. Like
Because
I
you're
don't have to
physically
make
more
him whatever
powerful
I
than him. So look at these entities. Look at everything they're doing to get you to move in a certain direction. They're not making you do it, but they really fucking want you to do it. If they could
persuade.
make you do it, they would make you do it. That tells you right there that they're not more powerful than you, because they can't make you do it. They have to trick you into thinking that it's your own decision to do it through the
Uh-huh.
entire convoluted reality that we're in.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying? So if they're more powerful than you, why all the tricks? They could just come right out and say, "Look, here's what I am. Here's what you are. Now do what I tell you, or I'm going to make you." Right? But they don't do that because they're not actually more powerful.
Hmm.
They sure wish they were. Gosh, man, I bet they sure would love to be, but they're not.
Ooh. Sorry, I thought I heard my son. He's sleeping, but I thought I heard mommy.
I mean, you may have. Something may have wanted your attention, right? And
I
I'm no
got this.
stranger to hearing things in my head that aren't of me. Well, I am now. It has been a long
I'm
time, but
I'm getting that a lot too, and like constant, like in my visual field, in the periphery. I'm like, there's something there. Hi,
oh yeah,
spirit.
I was just sitting outside about 20
dang.
minutes ago and something popped up right next to me, and I guess what happened? I flinched, but I flinched towards it. I was ready to jump it.
Yeah. So it ran, and then you couldn't find it no more.
It wasn't there. It wasn't, I mean, it was a flash of light.
Yeah. Goes away when you see it.
It disappears when you move towards it for sure.
Right. Right. So shit's beyond fuck. Oh, it was my son. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go to him right now.
Well,
See?
I think it'd be just about a good time to jump off. I'm ready to go take a break.
Here's your water. Okay, I'll fill it up.
You still with us, Christina?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Do
How you
do
doing?
do 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 do. Are you with us?
I think I'm gonna jump off for now, but I wanted to give everybody an opportunity to make their closing statements for the evening.
I've said everything. It's been a really good conversation. Thank y'all so much.
Sure thing. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, it's been real.
And it's been fun, but it ain't been real fun. Christina, would you like to say a few words before we go?
I said most of what I had to say at the very beginning of this. I didn't even realize we've been on here 4 hours, but um, just for my own personal experience, breaking loops right now would just be to say don't be scared of discomfort or pain, because inevitably that's going to come when you start to break through loops and conditioning and comfort and all the things that are familiar. When you start going through that fire, there's just a lot of pain in that, so not to fear pain. The pain that you experience in your embodiment doesn't determine your future, but it is a tricky bastard for sure. But yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Well said. He's a tricky bastard. Untitled. Do you have anything you'd like to leave the audience with before we wrap it up?
Oh, my bad. I just got here. Hopefully, I'll have something to say next time, though.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate your input, man. It's been a great chat. It's been too long since we've had a nice chat. Well, I want to thank my guests for coming on. Go ahead, Untitled. I seen you on mute.
Don't worry about it.
All right. Well, that's that then. Maybe next time we'll get a closing statement. Maybe we can do a comedy hour and just flame on the archons.
Yeah, we should do a roast session every once in a while again. That was a good one the other night.
That was good. We should definitely do more roasting.
Yeah, I guess my only
Yep.
parting word is even when everything seems bleak and hopeless and like it's decaying around you, disengage from your attachment to things. Resume the observer state, and then only allow what is directly in your influence to have any modicum of control over your frame. That's about it. That's about it. Just step back.
Well said.
Everything
Thank
wants
you.
your attention. Attention is the only currency. It's not fiat. It's not gold. It's attention. So just, use discernment on what you choose to feed.
Boom. When you step back and observe, you can see the patterns play out, predictable formulas to generate the effect. So with that, I think I'm going to go ahead and call it an evening. Thank you everybody for coming on. Thank you everybody for watching and listening. And if you'd like to be a guest on the show, yeah, I did hear the owl actually earlier. If you'd like to be a guest, feel free to send me a comment, send me an email. Email's in the description. And with that, thank you all. Good
Thank you.
night.
Night.